Hello, my beautiful collectives out there. Welcome to my channel, Astro, and I'm your friendly astrologer with your monthly forecast for July 2025. But before we get into the forecast, I'd like to share with you the events that are coming up in the month of July. Okay, so let's get started. Pluto has been retrograding since May. That's the first retrograde. Neptune starts its retrograde in Aries at the end of Pisces until December 4th. So Neptune is retrograding on the 4th of July. Saturn will be retrograding July 13th. Mercury will be retrograding starting July 17th. Okay, so we have Neptune retrograding, and I'm going to just talk a little bit about that first. Neptune is the planet of spirituality, illusion, and compassion, and it starts its retrograde on the 4th. It hasn't toured the sign of Aries in 150 years. The last time it was in the sign of Aries was in 1875, and that was the time of the Civil War. So we have not experienced what Neptune in Aries is going to bring us in 2025 going forward. Okay, Neptune retrograde is well known for the fogginess, of course. You have the rose-colored glasses on. You think everything is, beautiful, but after the fog is gone, then you find that it's a different story. So that's what we have to be aware of when Neptune is conjuncting or aspecting or retrograding. Any of those things, Neptune will affect us in that illusional, confusional, fogginess way, so just be aware of how Neptune plays in your house where Aries is. Okay? So it's the planet of illusions, delusions, and imagination. He likes to obscure our view, and when in retrograde, this is ramped up, okay? So I already said it, just be careful. It can be difficult to see things clearly, and that can impact our ability to make good decisions and put together clear plans. Also, Neptune is about escapism, drugs, habits, those kinds of things. And any kind of drugs is a Neptunian thing. Neptune is also a very spiritual planet as well. It helps us to go within and be introspective and reflect on some of the deeper issues that we may need to confront at some point in our lives. So wherever Neptune goes, it will bring those issues up for you as well. And it's up to you to work through them or not. We sometimes think we're being clear when we're talking, but it isn't until the retrograde is over and the fog has lifted that we realize we're not as clear as we thought. Now, wouldn't you think that? Okay, so Neptune rules spirituality and intuition. So this is where we can get some help. If we have a solid connection to our intuition, we can look to it for guidance to cut through some of the fog. Yeah, that's good. This time can be good for tackling karma and spiritual baggage. and working on letting go. I think I better make the words a bit bigger, even with my glasses. All right, so you know that this is coming. You know, it's coming for all of us. We just have to do the best we can through this retrograde, okay? Now, next we have Saturn turning retrograde in the sign of Aries as well. You know, and the Saturn is the timekeeper, the taskmaster, the sign of working hard, okay? So that'll be 9 days later. Saturn retrogrades tend to tighten the screws, okay? You got to, you know, show up and follow the rules because there's authority, you know, with Saturn in play. So tighten the screws, limiting our options and forcing us to be as disciplined as humanly possible, okay? So Saturn and Neptune, both retrograde in the sign of Aries, can mean we might be feeling overwhelmed at times. Yeah, right. And in desperate need of breaks, okay? Neptune retrograde tends to exhaust us anyway, so plan for more time to rest, especially since they both go back to Pisces this year, okay? Now the next thing we have is Mercury turning retrograde on the 17th. And this happens, I think, maybe 3 or 4 times a year, okay? So we're kind of used to Mercury turning retrograde. But Mercury is about our communication, you know, how we show up, conversations, transportation, short trips, let's see, what else is about Mercury? Well, anyway, I think I gave you the gist of it. And Mercury is going to be in the sign of Leo. Now, Leo rules the heart, the identity, and the voice, okay? Leo loves to shine. So Mercury is the mind and the message here, okay? This retrograde is here to help us reclaim is here to help us confront ego mass, okay? The mask, your ego that we've been wearing. It's also here to help us reclaim our authentic voice and speak from truth, not from performance. And, you know, Leo is all about the drama, the shine, the performance if necessary. However, June 28th, Mercury started in opposition with Pluto, okay? Pluto is the shadow side of control and manipulation, as well as those parts of us that we keep hidden. So this narrative forces us to address the hidden parts of who we are, questioning how we show up in the world. Are we showing up as performing power, Pluto? Leo, performance, power, Pluto. Is that how we're showing up? Instead of standing in your own power and living in it. That's just a question for you to, you know, check in with. This powerful aspect can bring hidden things to light and cause intense shifts in relationships and communication. Pluto retrograde will influence how long the effect of its oppositions are felt. And Pluto's retrograde periods last for several months. And during this time, it can influence how we perceive and process information related to where that opposition is happening in your chart, okay? Now, let's see, before we get into the forecast, I just want to take a moment to express some things that have been happening to me on a personal level, okay? And it's been happening to me in my living space where I live. And it looks like it's coming from the property management. And they've been bringing people into my apartment when I'm not here. And they've gone through all of my things, all my personal things. They pulled on my clothes, went into my food, took, like toilet paper, paper towels. They put Vicks Vapor Rub in my cabinet in the bathroom. They did the toothpaste and just squeezed it. I don't know if they took it or what they did with it, but my oils and things, my lotions, they just went in it. And they have someone who knows how to work around your cameras, because I have cameras here and my cameras are not picking them up when this is happening. It's only showing, wake up and, nondescript video. So someone is draining my internet so that it slows my cameras down and they can't get, they can't do their job. So that's what's happening here. So I just want to say to the puppet master and the puppets, okay, when you come in and you invade my space, your energy imprint stays with me, okay? You leave it here because you've already moved around in my space and you've touched my things, and everything that you have done in this space, you leave your energy imprint, okay? So what I have done is I have accumulated all of that energy, and 50% of each individual's energy plus the puppet master. Even if I don't know who you are, I've never seen you before, I see your energy, okay? I see the darkness. I see that density that you weigh yourself in. Your puppets, they are handling it the same way as you are. So what's happening is you'll never be able to get your energy back because I've already transmuted it to light, and you're not vibrating high enough to collect your energy. So with that being said, one other thing, you took my gate opener, okay, when you came in as well. So I don't have that. But when you leave your energy laying around for someone else to use to their advantage, you lose because you don't have enough of your own energy to fix your health, because that's what energy is. It's for you to take care of yourself. Now you've lost half of that, and I've already transmuted it and can use it for my benefit. Okay, so every time you come in, you're losing, okay? You're losing more of your energy. Look in the mirror. Look and see how dull you look. Look and see your health issues, because this is a number 9 year. This is about endings. So things are going to be ending with, people, place, things, objects. All of those things are going to be ending. So when we go into next year, into a new beginning, you're going to be still in that ending stage of you because you can't vibrate high enough to do anything but be sick, okay? Some of these people, you're going to have inflammation in the head, okay? Inflammation in the mouth, inflammation in the hands, inflammation in the stomach, okay? In your pancreas, in your intestines, in your spleen. All of that is happening for the puppets and the puppeteers, okay? Just saying, this is what you decided to do, and with every action, there is going to be a response. And in this case, it's going to be all about your health, because Jupiter has already moved into the sign of Cancer, and Cancer is about the stomach area. Some of you will have prostate issues, but that is just what's coming up for you. And it's your choice, but now you know. So each time you step across my threshold, that is more of your energy that is being stored here until I get here to transmute it to love and light. All right? So that's the message for the puppeteer and the puppets. You know who you are. I don't have to know you, but I see your energy. Okay? So I will see those of you who want to hear about the forecast on the other side. Okay? Bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Aries risings. I hope July is starting out well for you, and this is your forecast for July 2025, and I am your friendly astrologer, Astro Cheryl. Okay, so before we get into the dates, let's just talk about the events for the month. We have Pluto in retrograde. Neptune starts its retrograde in Aries in July on the 4th, okay? We have Venus and Gemini moving to, Venus and Uranus is moving to Gemini on the 4th of July as well. Okay, we have the full moon in Capricorn, July the 10th. Saturn will be retrograding July 13th, and Mercury will be retrograding July 17th. Now, when Mercury goes retrograde, it usually starts as pre-retrograde, you know, a week before it actually goes into full retrograde. So some of you out there may start to feel the communication mishaps that Mercury brings to the table. And Mercury, when it's retrograde, some of you need to be careful with the mechanics of your car, driving, slow down. Mercury is in Leo, so it's in a fire planet. You might want to be speeding, so take your time about, you know, your way around. Watch your hands. Mercury also rules the hands, so, you know, be careful with knives or with whatever type of work you do. You might be doing some woodwork or, you know, fixer-upper, that kind of thing. Just be careful with your hands. All right, so let's get started. Venus in Gemini seeks love through intellectual connections and communication in relationships. This placement values mental stimulation, variety, and a playful approach to love and attention. Now, Gemini is the social butterfly. and it doesn't like to be tied down. So a lot of times Gemini relationships are, you know, fleeting. Okay, let's move on. Venus moves to Gemini in your third house. And you may be more communicative, socially active with those in your current environment, with your siblings, friends, and neighbors. You may also engage in learning, writing, and short trips. Okay? Now, Neptune starts its retrograde in Aries in your first house, okay? Because this is Aries rising. This transit can light up areas where you might be living with self-deception or struggle with your self-image, okay? Your hidden vulnerabilities may be revealed, which may prompt you to reassess your personal boundaries. Okay, so just take a look and do what you need to do. All right, so we have also on the 4th, Uranus moving into your third house of communication as well. Uranus in Gemini encourages a desire for mental exploration and unconventional ideas. Now, Uranus, it's like a spark or a bolt of lightning. Things happen all of a sudden, so it's unexpected. So just beware that this can happen because it's going to be sitting in your third house for 7 or 8 years, something like that. Just know it's going to be there for a period of time. During this transit, you may experience sudden changes in your communication style, both in your own expression and how you receive information. You may find new ways of acquiring knowledge because Uranus is unconventional, okay? Relationships in your immediate circle, community, and neighborhood may experience unexpected shifts or changes in dynamics. That's what's happening. And a look at a point of view to see is what's happening in Los Angeles, California. You know, how the police are just taking people to jail for no reason. It's really kind of strange, but that is something that is showing up in the world as we move through these changes, especially when planets change signs, and Uranus plays a big part because it represents the people and freedom. Okay? So we have Venus conjuncting Uranus in this third house. And you know, Venus is loving, about beauty, relationships, food, loves to eat. This experience, excuse me, you may experience sudden changes, unexpected encounters, a desire for intellectual stimulation, and you may take a sudden short trip, because the third house represents short trips. Okay? So on the 6th, Venus forms a sextile to Saturn in Aries. And this is happening in your third house and your first house. This is a favorable aspect. Sextiles are favorable, but it does want you to, you know, work at it. This transit is favorable when it comes to intellectual, communicative aspects of self-love and relationships. Saturn brings the task of responsibility and structure in your environments. Your romantic pursuits may take on deeper and meaningful connections, which is a positive. Okay, especially when Saturn is around, because when Saturn gets involved, usually what it does takes hold and it lasts, has a lasting effect. Okay, let's see. Venus forms a sextile to Neptune, and that's in the sign of Aries in the third house as well, and it's affecting the first house too. Sorry about that. This transit may spark a time when your creativity is high. Neptune is very creative. People who have Neptune in the first house are generally artistic, played, maybe have a singing voice, maybe have a play some instruments, but it also it does something to your face, your head. Some people are, blind, or there is some type of distortion around your face when Neptune is in your first house. Okay, so let's see. You may experience a desire to pursue your passions and fantasies while staying grounded and realistic around your experiences. Now, this is a Neptune transit, not a placement. For those people who have Neptune in the first house when they were born, those are the people that I was just mentioning. Now, when Neptune transit your first house, you might, pick up an instrument or start to be creative in some kind of way. Okay, so July the 7th, we have Venus in Gemini trining Pluto in Aquarius in your 3rd and 11th house. Okay, your 3rd house is the house of communication, siblings, friends, neighbors, community, short trips, writing, all forms of communication, as I said before, transportation, buses, trains, boats, planes, all of that is ruled by the 3rd house. Now, the 11th house is where Aquarius is, and that's the home of Aquarius, is about large groups, social groups, wishes, hopes, and dreams. Okay? So this aspect indicates a powerful connection between love, beauty, and transformation. Pluto is a transformative energy. You may experience intense and transformative relationships that leads to profound emotional and significant personal growth through interactions with others. You may find purpose through your communication and social connections. You may also have the ability to influence and transform groups or communities through your words and your ideas. Okay, so this is a trine, and with trines, these are instances where things just happen. You don't have to do anything. It just comes to you, sits right in your lap. Okay? So moving on to July the 10th, we have that full moon in Capricorn, and this is in your 10th house. Capricorn is, the 10th house is the house of career, your public image, and how people see you. Okay? So with this happening, this is a time to reflect on your achievements and the setting of future goals. Capricorn is that hard worker. So this is that hard working energy coming from this full moon. Find clarity on your strengths, opportunities, and your threats, and let go of what no longer serves you. There could be tension between your personal needs and your professional responsibilities. You may become more aware of how you are perceived by others and how that aligns with your desired reputation. Okay? And the full moon energy, the intensity, only lasts a couple of days, but by the new moon in Capricorn, you should see some results from this particular full moon. Okay, on the 13th, we have Saturn retrograde in Aries in your first house. Okay, this transit can bring a sense of restriction, delays, or a need for more discipline in your approach to your personal goals and self-development. You may experience feelings of self-doubt, insecurity, or limitations. And this is all for par with Saturn, because Saturn wants you to recognize what you need to break through, okay, in order for you to get the rewards that you're seeking. So you have to put in the work. And if that has to do with your self-development, so mote it be, okay? So we're going to move on to the 17th of July. Mercury turns retrograde in the sign of Leo. And this is happening in your 5th house. And this is the house where Leo fits, okay? It's a playful house. You may revisit, because it's retrograde, past creative endeavors or romantic relationships. You may be rethinking how you express yourself in creative or romantic relationships too. There could be delays or misunderstandings related to creative projects or interactions with children. This time could be an opportunity to heal past romantic wounds or find ways to express yourself authentically. Okay? And part of that is with the Leo presence being there. Okay, the sun enters Leo in your 5th house. And the Leo sun amplifies creativity, your self-confidence, your charm. You may be drawn to children, whether they're your own or through other activities. There is a strong desire to be noticed and appreciated for your creative endeavors and personal expression. That's all that Leo energy. Your approach to love is passionate and enthusiastic, but with a flair of drama and a need for attention. Leo loves attention. Beware of the tendency to be over dramatic. Leo can be that. Even if you're not, you're not a Leo, you're an Aries. However, this Leo sun energy does affect all of us in some way. And in this case, it affects your 5th house of creativity, romantic partners, hobbies, things of that nature. Okay, the constant need for validation or struggling with balancing your personal desires with the needs of others. So, it starts with the beware of the tendency to be overly dramatic, okay? So on the 24th, Aries rising, we have, I hope I turned my mic, oh I did, okay. 24th, we have the new moon, and the new moon represents new cycles and intentions. This is a time to set goals related to personal growth, creative projects, and expressing your unique self. Okay? So this new moon is in Leo. All of this Leo energy is happening towards the end of the month. Okay? So this new moon emphasizes self-expression, confidence, and taking bold steps towards your personal goals. It's a time to shine and embrace your creative potential. And on the 25th, we have a new moon in Leo opposing Pluto in Aquarius. And this is happening in your 5th house and your 11th house. Okay? This opposition creates dynamic tension between individual expression and the need for collective change. Okay? Deeper issues related to power, control, and the need to release and embrace transformation is what is this new moon is asking you to set your intentions to help you release that power and control so that you can embrace the transforming energy that's coming in for you. Okay? So I hope this helps you during this month of July, Aries rising. So I'm going to just say good luck, and until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Taurus collectives out there. Welcome to my channel, Astro, and I'm your friendly astrologer, and this is your forecast for July 2025. Let's get into it. The events for the month is Pluto retrograde since May, okay? Neptune starts its retrograde in Aries on the 4th of July. Venus and Uranus will move to Gemini on the 4th of July. The full moon in Capricorn is July the 10th. Saturn will be retrograding July 13th, and Mercury will be retrograding starting July the 17th. And the new moon in Leo will happen on July 24th. Okay, Taurus rising, so let's see what's happening for you and what house is activated for you this month. So on the 4th of July, we start with Venus in Gemini, moving from Taurus. Venus in Gemini seeks love through intellectual connection and communication in relationships. This placement values mental stimulation, variety, and a playful approach to love and attraction. Let's see. Venus in Gemini. Venus in Gemini is in your 2nd house, okay? And this is your house of money, your values, your possessions, your self-worth, okay? So you may experience financial gains from your regular income source and could see accumulation of wealth. Well, that sounds positive. Your intellectual expression comes across as flirtatious, lively, and stimulating. You may be drawn to people who stimulate your mind and enjoy lively conversations. Positive change and growth in relationships, finances, and your values can occur. Okay, so this is a good spot for Gemini, Venus in Gemini right now. Now Uranus is also in Gemini, and Uranus in Gemini encourages a desire for mental exploration and unconventional ideas. Now Uranus moves to Gemini in your second house, also on the 4th. Now this transit can bring sudden gains or losses in finances because Uranus is the planet of unexpected, unexpected and unconventional, and it happens like a light bolt of lightning. A bolt of lightning is what I want to say. Okay, so it just happens so fast, you know, you have to say, what just happened, you know, that kind of thing. So you may experience changes in income, unconventional career paths, or a revelation of what you value financially. Okay, you may open up your own business or turn your hobby into a business or explore financial strategies. You may also explore ways to use your communication skills to generate more income. All right, so let's get creative because that's what Uranus, want us to do, is be creative and embrace change. So we have on the 4th Venus conjuncting Uranus in Gemini as well, and this is happening in your second house. And I already told you the sudden changes that happens when Uranus starts to move around. So you may experience sudden shifts and unexpected changes related to your finances, your values, and personal possessions. Personal freedom and independence may lead to rebelliousness or an unconventional approach to your relationships. Okay? That's what Uranus is, freedom loving, and Gemini is freedom loving too. So there could be some relationship shakeups because, for one thing, Gemini does not always take their relationships seriously for long term. And then, we have Uranus wanting the freedom loving individual to do whatever they want to do, because they feel like they have that freedom. Okay, so moving on. Also on the 4th of July, we have Neptune starting its retrograde in Aries. And this is happening in your 12th house of the subconscious, the house of escapism, hidden things, churches, brothels, prisons, large animals like the animals in Africa. It has that domain as well. But for the most part, this is karmic as well. And this is an internal house. This is a house where everything is hidden. So you probably won't show up in the world like the sun when you have, if you had the sun in the 12th house, okay, you'd be more private. And I'm just hoping you understand how this psychological house happens. And this also has past life energy connected to it as well. So this can be, and it's a spiritual house. So this is heaven, for Neptune, because this is, where he lives. This can be a time of significant spiritual and personal transformation. Your intuition is high, so trust your gut feelings and your inner guidance. Be aware of self-deception, because that's what Neptune does. Makes you, if you're not in tune with your intuition, I'm just saying, for some of us, we think we're not intuitive, so we don't act intuitive. So those are the people that tend to, this self-deception can happen to you when it comes to your identity and your motivations. Okay, this is also a place where you can heal your past wounds that may be unresolved, because this is a subconscious house. And you have the opportunity to look deeper into your spiritual beliefs and practices and make a profound connection to your inner self, because this is like, inner work, deep spiritual work. And I think that can be a helpful placement if you're really trying to get in touch with your higher self. Okay, so on the 6th Taurus rising, we have Venus sextile to Saturn, and this is happening in your 2nd house, Venus, and your 12th house, Saturn. Saturn and Neptune both are in your 12th house because they're in the sign of Aries. Okay, you may approach your relationships and finances with a practical, responsible, and reserved attitude, okay, while still valuing intellectual connections and communication. You may want to approach your relationships with a sense of duty and responsibility. You may experience delayed gratification or need to work through some challenges to find fulfillment. Now here, there may be a focus on self-discovery and spiritual growth through relationships, or a tendency to find love and pleasure in activities that are more solitary or private in nature. Now also with this Venus in the 12th house, well, it's not in the 12th house, but it is having a sextile to it. It could show up as maybe your relationships are secretive, okay? Now, Venus sextiles Neptune in the same configuration, the 2nd and the 12th house. This is a positive influence on your creativity. Neptune is very creative. Your relationships, Venus, and spiritual growth, Neptune. Venus, finances, and your values, okay? Your idealism may be heightened in matters of personal growth, spirituality, and relationships. Trust your gut feelings and allow your intuition to guide you. I can't, say that enough. Neptune can bring a tendency towards illusions, escapism, or self-deception. Be realistic and grounded when it comes to matters of heart or spiritual pursuits. Okay? So Saturn and Neptune both are in the 12th house. And the sextile is a good configuration. It's just you have to work on those areas. Okay, so on the 7th, we have Venus in Gemini trining Pluto in Aquarius. And this is happening in your 2nd house and your 10th house. Your 10th house is about, that highest point, career, your, how people view you, your accolades. So, this is a good placement for you, because there's financial opportunities that stems from career advancement, or some innovative project could happen. some innovative project could happen. You may change your career path for something more fulfilling and impactful. You may find yourself re-evaluating your values because Pluto is in retrograde, leaning towards a more authentic and align your resources with your true desires. So, you're trying to create more authentic values, that does align with who you truly are and the desires that you want to create when it comes to your career and your public reputation. Okay? So let's move on to the 10th. We have the full moon in Capricorn, and this is happening in your 9th house. And your 9th house is about the higher mind, religion, your beliefs, long distance travel, people from long distant places, philosophy, publishing, teaching, the higher mind is what this 9th house represents. It's religious and also spiritually connected as well. So the full moon is here. So this is a time to reflect on your world views. That's that higher mind, your philosophical perspectives and how you integrate them into your life. So this is a time for you to release the outdated beliefs and embrace new possibilities. And this is a good time for you to recalibrate yourself, because society is changing, right before our eyes. And we have Uranus in the sign of Gemini. And with that, the changes are going to speed up. So there's an acceleration that is going to start to happen for all of us because of this surge of information that has been hidden, that is going to be coming to the forefront. Some of it is already here, but because it's not forcing the collective to understand it as yet, it's going to just transform, and we'll see it. And some of it, we can see it in the United States with how the government system is starting to break down. Okay? Everybody in the U.S. knows what's happening. They can see it, and they're living it. But what do we do? That is the question. Okay? So let's move on to July the 13th, where we have Saturn retrogrades in Aries in your 12th house. Okay? So this is a time to reflect on past experiences and subconscious patterns. Remember, the 12th house is what's hidden in your subconscious mind. You may become aware of unresolved past issues and karmic debts that requires a willingness to learn from them. During this time, you can release old emotional baggage, limiting beliefs, or physical possessions that you no longer need. During this time, you may experience loneliness and isolation. This is an opportunity for spiritual growth by practicing meditation, solitude, and introspecting. And that's just, going within and trying to get in touch with your higher self. Okay? So we have Mercury moving retrograde on the 17th. Mercury turns retrograde in the sign of Leo, and this is happening in your fourth house of home, your ancestors, your family, your children, real estate, and your home, physical home. Okay? So the Leo sun, no, this is Mercury, I'm sorry. So unresolved family issues or conflicts could surface. Check in with your emotional needs and assess how your environment, your home environment supports you. Self-reflect on your past experiences and the influences they have on you today. Be patient and clear in your communication with family members. So as it's happening in your fourth house, it's like, is your home your happy place? If it's not, what do you do to make that, to change that? Okay? So that's the question, but this is just a reflective time, not a time to take action. All right, so on the 22nd, Taurus rising, the sun enters Leo as well in your fourth house. So the Leo sun amplifies your creativity, your self-confidence, and charm. You may be drawn to children, whether they're your own or through other activities. There's a strong desire to be noticed and appreciated for your creative endeavors and personal expression. Your approach to love is passionate and enthusiastic, but with that flair, okay? Ooh, I did that too much. With the flair of drama and a need for attention. Beware of the tendency to be overly dramatic and the constant need for validation, or you may be struggling with balancing your personal desires with the needs of others. Okay, so this is the sun in your fourth house. Now on the 24th, let's see, there's a new moon in the sign of Leo as well, in your fourth house. The new moon represents new cycles and intentions. This is a time to set goals related to personal growth and creative projects and expressing your unique self, okay? The new moon in your fourth house, you may feel the need to redecorate or focus on creating comfortable and beautiful living spaces. Connect with loved ones, address any family issues, and strengthen the bonds that you already have with them. Work towards creating a stable and supportive foundation for yourself, emotionally and materially as well. You may be more playful, creative, expressive, and joyful now than at other times. And part of that is because of Leo being there. All right, so on the 25th, July the 25th, we have the new moon in Leo opposes Pluto in Aquarius in your 4th and your 10th houses. All right, home and career. You may face conflict between your desire for a fulfilling home life and the demands of your career. You may experience power struggles in your workplace with those in authority, or you may have to adapt to new technologies or ways of working. You may be thinking about how you present yourself to the world and how you are perceived. You may want to focus on yourself, your own needs and desires. You may also seek out emotional support and validation during this transformative time. And oh yes, with this opposition, you know, authorities Pluto represents authority, you know, power and control. So Leo, you know, you are that presence where, you know, you demand to be recognized. And sometimes when that doesn't go your way, it causes problems. Now, the technologies in this opposition has to do with the Aquarius part. So Pluto and Aquarius, adapting to new technologies may come up for you. Okay, so this is what I have for you for the month of July. There is so much more to unpack, but I need to condense because there's a whole lot of it, and you know, so I only have so much time to do these things. Okay, so I hope this is helpful to you, and love you, and until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Gemini risings. Welcome to my channel, Astro, and I'm your friendly astrologer, and this is your forecast for July 2025. Hey Gemini, let's get this party started, Gemini rising, because this is how you do it. You are fun, lively, and enjoy conversations. Okay, so Gemini rising, let's get into the events for the month. We have retrograding Pluto happening, but Pluto has been retrograde since May. And we have Neptune starting its retrograde in Aries July the 4th. We have Venus and Uranus moving into Gemini July the 4th. The full moon in Capricorn July the 10th. Saturn will be retrograding July 13th, and Mercury will be retrograding July 17th. The new moon in Leo will be on July the 24th. Okay, so there's a lot happening for you because your sign is getting a lot of attention, Gemini rising. So let's see how you can handle all of this. So on the 4th of July, Venus in Gemini seeks love through intellectual connection and communication in your relationships. This placement values mental stimulation, variety, and a playful approach to love and attraction. Venus moves into Gemini on the 4th, and this is going to be in your first house. While Venus is in Gemini, you come off as charming and approachable, and you may make people feel comfortable around you. You're drawn to partners who can engage your mind and offer interesting perspectives. You enjoy lively discussions, and you may not like being predictable, or you may not like being predictable or routines. Okay, you have a desire to flirt with others even if you are already in a relationship. Okay, and so on the 4th we have Uranus in Gemini in your first house as well. Uranus encourages a desire for mental exploration and unconventional ideas. Okay, Uranus moves to Gemini in your first house. You may experience sudden urges to change your style, your appearance, okay, or even your name. That could be part of it too. You are urged to shed your limiting beliefs and social expectations and embrace your authentic self. You may be seeking unconventional paths and spiritual practices. You may search for new information and experiences that leads to a shift in your perspective and communication. Okay? Now with this in your first house, Gemini rising, I hope this transit helps you to, really take a look at your physical parts of who you are. Look at your appearance. Look at how people see you, okay? And maybe that part needs to be changed. Just saying. Okay, Venus conjuncts Uranus on the 4th. And this has to do with relationships, okay? Because that's what Venus is about relationships, love, happiness, all the good stuff. Your relationships may be exciting and unconventional, with sudden attractions and breakups. You may have a desire to express love in an individualistic and unconventional way. You may be attracted to like-minded people, that's Gemini, who can mentally stimulate you. You may experience a desire for freedom in your relationships or a strong desire for personal space. Okay? So we also have Neptune retrograding on the 4th. And this is happening in your 11th house of large groups, friendships, churches, community groups, hopes and wishes. There's something else. Social media as well. So this is a time to align your actions with your deepest desires. It's a time to discern who truly supports you and to release connections that no longer serve your highest good. It's a time to embrace spiritual clarity and explore a deeper understanding of your authentic self and your ability to manifest your desires, okay? You may experience disillusionment with friendships because we have Neptune there. And you may want to rush into decision regarding relationships. So my advice to you on that note, don't rush, don't make rash decisions regarding relationships right now, okay? Give yourself some time to allow Neptune to sink into this house because it just moved there, okay? So on the 6th, we have Venus forming a sextile with Saturn, and this is going to affect your 1st house and your 11th house. Your focus may be on communication, adaptability, and intellectual connection in relationships, and your finances. You may have a serious approach and long-term focus towards your friendships, your social groups, and larger goals. You may also have more serious and committed approach to your relationships during this time, and a lot of this have to do with Saturn sitting there or aspecting, making this aspect. And you may be focused on building solid foundations in partnerships and desire more meaningful connections. Because wherever Saturn is, when it makes an aspect, it wants you to work hard at it, because the effects of what Saturn does tends to be long-term. So if you want to you have some long-term goals, when Saturn is active in your chart, that's a good opportunity to do so, because it's going to work to your advantage, but it's just going to take time, work, time, effort, and patience, okay? So we have Venus forming a sextile to Neptune, and this is going to happen in the 1st and 11th house as well. You have a desire for intellectual stimulation in love and relationships. Your lighthearted conversations are encouraged. You may have a more compassionate and sensitive approach and a desire to express your emotions and creativity. This can be a time for connecting with like-minded people, participate in groups, activities, and work towards shared goals. Excuse me. Neptune's influence can lead to idealization, confusion, or a tendency to escape reality in relationships. And I think I talked about how Neptune affects, I don't think I did in this one, but Neptune is okay. What I did, let's see. Yeah, Neptune is about disillusionment, spirituality as well, confusion. So just so you know, where Neptune is going to create some of that illusionment, okay? So just, take things slow. It's not, a time for you to move fast because you might have a do-over and it may not be an easy one. Okay, so on the 7th, we have Venus and Gemini trining. A trine is an easy aspect, Pluto and Aquarius, and this is happening in your 1st and your 9th house. Normally, trines are times when things just fall into your lap. You didn't have to do anything to make it happen. It just happens for you, okay? So this transit may indicate a desire for deeper, more authentic connections in your relationships. And you may have to confront issues around intimacy, honesty, and power dynamics. You're encouraged to shed old beliefs or behaviors that no longer serve you. You may have the desire for exploration and spiritual growth. You may experience new ideas, new philosophies, or travel, long-distance travel experiences that broadens your horizons or your perspectives. Okay, so on the 10th, we have the full moon in Capricorn, and this is happening in your 8th house. This placement can bring hidden emotions to the surface, highlighting issues related to inheritance, taxes, debts, and deep-seated fears or anxiety. This is also the house of death, okay? You may want to release old patterns and embrace your personal power here, okay? On the 13th, Saturn goes retrograde in Aries, and this is happening in your 11th house next to Neptune, as I spoke earlier. You may find yourself reevaluating your friendships and social groups. Allegiances to groups are being tested. That's what Saturn does. It tests you, okay, to see if you are on the right track. If not, Saturn will pull you off and there's a do-over. You have to figure something out, okay? So allegiances to groups are being tested, and you might be questioning the direction or behavior in your group settings. There may be conflicts or power struggles within the social groups, okay? You are encouraged to be authentic in your social interactions and build relationships based on genuine connections. Okay, so remember that Neptune is in that house as well, doing its thing. So it could be hard for you to identify, the genuine connections because of that illusion. You may think they are genuine when they're actually may not be. So just going forward, that's something you should be aware of. On the 17th, Mercury turns retrograde in Leo, and this is happening in your third house. And this is your house of communication, short-term travel, education, siblings, friends, neighbors, your community, your neighborhood, that kind of thing. So expect potential misunderstanding, mixed messages, and difficulty in getting your point across. Ego clashes are expected, and review past projects. Okay, because Mercury is retrograde is about review. Okay, so you review your past projects, your communications, review your old friendships or your hobbies. You may find yourself taking a deeper look into your communication patterns and how you express yourself. Okay? Now, on the 22nd, the Sun enters Leo in your third house as well. So, your third house is going to be packed with fire energy. You may have more mental clarity and alertness. You may be drawn to new subject matter. Because Mercury is retrograding in this house, you may have trouble communicating, conflicts with siblings, or restlessness. Okay? So just beware, this is Leo's energy, and that too will pass. We have the new moon in Leo as well. So the new moon represents new cycles and intentions. This is a time to set goals related to personal growth, creative projects, and expressing your unique self. So this new moon is also in your third house because it's in the sign of Leo as well. You may find yourself being more outgoing, expressing yourself more assertively, or engaging in more conversations. It's a good time to start new learning endeavors. You may have the opportunity to take short trips that's related to work or your studies or even your personal interests. So the last thing we'll talk about for the month is the new moon in opposition to Pluto in Aquarius. And the new moon is in the sign of Leo, and this is going to affect your third house and your ninth house. This opposition could trigger a process of profound transformation in your belief system. You may be questioning what you know about religion, philosophy, and higher learning. You may experience shifts in your communication style or how you interact with others on a philosophical level. And there you have it. All right, Gemini rising. I hope this helps you for the month of July. And I love you. And until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Cancer risings out there. Welcome to my channel, Astro. And this is your monthly forecast for July 2025. And yes, I am your friendly astrologer here to help. Okay, Cancer rising, let's talk about the events of this month, okay? So, we have Pluto being retrograde since May. We have all these retrogrades happening in July as well. We have Neptune starting its retrograde in Aries the 4th of July. Venus and Uranus moves to Gemini the 4th of July. There's Saturn will be retrograde on the 13th. We have the full moon in Capricorn on the 10th. We have Mercury retrograding on the 17th. And we have a new moon in Leo on the 24th. Okay, so let's start with Venus, July the 4th. Venus in Gemini seeks love through intellectual connection and communication and relationships. This placement values mental stimulation, variety, and a playful approach to love and life. Well, you know Gemini. Gemini is the social butterfly of the Zodiac. Venus moves to Gemini in your 12th house. Now, this is the house of the subconscious. This is the house of introspection, going within. This house is also about escapism, drugs. It's also an intuitive house, okay? It represents jails, church, I don't want to say churches, jails, brothels, prisons, institutions. So, I mean, it could be church, that's an institution, but jails are an institution too. It also rules large animals like the ones in Africa as well. Okay, so in your Venus in your 12th house, you may experience deep emotions and you may be artistically and spiritually inclined for this move, okay? You have a desire for meaningful connections, but here they may be mysterious or kept out of sight. That's Venus in the 12th house. You may have problems with high expectations in your relationships. You may also have self-doubt. Honest communication in your personal connections is advised, okay? Because this is the house of hidden things. And with Venus being in the house of hidden things, this could, mean that there are, hidden relationships. Okay, so we're going to move on to Venus conjunct Uranus in the sign of Gemini in the 12th house, okay? Now this conjunction with Uranus, it is sudden changes, unconventional. You don't know what happened because it happened so quickly. So if you have hidden connections, secret attractions, or karmic relationships that needs your attention, there may be a sudden change in your relationships, your values, or creative pursuits. And you may receive insight into your subconscious and your past patterns. Finding balance between embracing change and maintaining a sense of grounding is encouraged here with Venus conjuncting Uranus, because Uranus is an air energy and it can, unground you, make you feel unsafe, because of how it works on your body. Okay, it's electric, and it's in your 12th house. You really want to make sure that you're grounding and connecting with the spiritual part of who you are, because that's a time where you can start to find your authentic self. You can also raise your vibration here. And that vibration is that form of the highest vibration of love. We have Venus and she is love, so you can raise your vibration even higher than how it's vibrating now. You just have to connect with your higher self. Okay, so we have Neptune also turning retrograde in Aries in your 10th house of career, of your public, how you're perceived by the public. I don't know why I'm amen, but yes, this is your 10th house, the house of recognition as well. So there may be some confusion or lack of clarity. That's because Neptune carries illusions, okay? Neptune is foggy energy. You don't see things clearly. And Neptune can be delusional as well, okay? So there may be some confusion or lack of clarity regarding career goals or responsibilities. You may experience a shift in how you perceive success and your role in the world. You may get an urge of idealism and a desire, okay, to align your career with your spiritual or creative aspirations. Some of you may change careers to get on that right path or recognize a hidden talent that you weren't aware of. You may have problems distinguishing between your personal desires and your public expectations. Setting healthy boundaries is advised. Now, with Neptune, we have a tendency to blur the lines when it comes to our boundaries. Okay, we need to set clearer boundaries when Mercury is active. Otherwise, we can be taken advantage of by others because we are so giving, compassionate, and wanting to sacrifice something to help another. But this is, about you in your 10th house. So just make sure that you set healthy boundaries for yourself, okay? And try not to be, what everybody wants you to be. So on the 4th, we also have Uranus and Gemini in your 12th house. And this Uranus encourages a desire for mental exploration and unconventional ideas. Okay, and you may become aware of subconscious beliefs or behaviors that have been holding you back. You may desire to explore your spirituality or find a sense of connection to something larger than yourself. You may need to take time out, okay, for yourself to process your internal changes. You may have a heightened sense of perception. You may want to break free of limiting beliefs or situations that have been holding you back from expressing your true self, okay? Because Uranus is all about freedom. And it wants you to, break free of any limiting, belief systems. And a lot of times with the 12th house, we have past life information, so some of this beliefs may be coming from a past life, as well as it could be coming from, your family structure as well, what they brought into the life that you follow. So just know Uranus wants you to find your authenticity in all of this. And the 12th house is a great place to do it because it's where your subconscious is, and you have access, and you have your intuitive powers there as well. So you have a lot of tools that you can use if you are, up for working on your authenticity. Okay? So Venus on the 6th, Venus is forming a sextile to Saturn, and this is happening in your 12th house and your 10th house. Okay, so hey, your 12th house is lit up. Okay, you got all kinds of things going on behind the scenes. Things are getting shaken up for you. But hey, go with the flow. So you may keep your creative expression private or express it in unconventional ways. You may also have secret relationships or love affairs. You have a strong sense of responsibility and a desire to achieve success through effort and dedication. You work towards building a strong reputation. That Saturn wants you to work hard so that you can reap the benefits. You may find creative fulfillment through your work or career. Okay, so just keep working at it. We also have Venus sextiling Neptune in that same configuration, the 12th and 10th house. You may encounter a heightened sense of compassion. And as I said before, about Neptune, you might be wanting to give more of yourself, and your boundaries may, stretch out, but you want to create those boundaries so that you don't, step too far away from them, because then you've lost your energy and you're giving it out. So you need to know, how much you want to give, because you have to have some for you too, some of that energy. All right, so that compassion is where I was, your artistic expression, and a potential for romantic or creative endeavors to manifest in career or public life. Beware that Neptune creates illusions, so approach idealized situations with discernment, okay? Make sure that you're seeing clearly. Just say, show me clearly, show me clearly. July the 7th, Venus in Gemini trine Pluto in Aquarius in your 12th and 8th house. Wow. This is the house of death, psychological issues, other people's money, shared finances, investments, debts, banks, loans. I don't know if I said death, but it is the house of death, and it's the house of transformation as well. Okay? So you may experience hidden or subconscious attractions to beauty and pleasure, which may show up as a need to be alone or escapism. Okay? You are urged to face hidden fears here and your vulnerabilities, and release your old wounds, because here we have Venus trining Pluto in Aquarius, and Pluto is like the phoenix rising from the ashes, and this is in the 8th house because Pluto rules the 8th house as well. So this is like a transformative energy here for you to change your interior parts of who you are, okay? That's your spiritual self. Okay, on the 10th, we have the full moon in Capricorn, and this is happening in the house of the 7th house of relationships. This is relationships, partnerships, marriages, legal proceedings, family, friends, business partners, love, You get it, all right? So you may become aware of hidden aspects of your relationships or uncover unmet needs, okay? This transit can indicate endings because the full moon is about releasing what no longer serves us, or significant shifts in existing relationships, okay? Maybe you could turn that around. That's what's rolling through my head. You know, if it's not an ending, it's something that you can turn around for the better. So this moon encourages introspection, going within. Okay, it's a time to examine your own role in your relationships and identify any patterns that may be hindering your happiness. Okay, what is it? But you have to go beneath the surface. You feel reactive during this time. However, communication is the key, okay? Not the reaction. You know, it's time to just sit with yourself and, communicate in a healthy way, okay? So on the 13th, we have Saturn retrograde into Aries. And this is happening in your 10th house of reputation, career, okay? Your public appearance, okay? How people see you. All right, you may need to reevaluate your career path with Saturn retrograde here. Your career path, goals, and the structures you put in place, they may need to be reevaluated. Expect to confront unresolved issues related to past actions, particularly those concerning authority, ambition, and public perception. Career advancement may be slower than anticipated. Expect delays or obstacles. This is Saturn's energy, okay? Whenever Saturn is making, some type of move in your chart, it's always going to have some form of being patient and putting in the effort, okay? And when it's retrograde, there are delays and obstacles. Okay, so here we go with Mercury turning retrograde in Leo, and this is happening in your second house. This is a time to reevaluate because it's a retrograde. It's not a good time for making major financial decisions or investments during this time. Leo can be overly dramatic or subtly manipulative, and you may have difficulty expressing your needs and desires. You may find yourself questioning your priorities and reassessing what truly matters. All right, so on the 22nd, we have Leo. We have Leo entering we have the sun entering Leo, and this is happening in your second house. You may find yourself working on improving your financial situation, seeking new income opportunities, managing expenses more carefully, or reassessing your relationship with money. You may find yourself reevaluating your priorities and aligning your actions with your values. Be more possessive and protective of your finances. Being more possessive and protective of your finances may cause friction with loved ones, okay? So just keep that in mind because, the sun rules the ego and the sun rules Leo as well. All right, so let's move into the 24th where we have the new moon in Leo as well in your second house. So the new moon represents new cycles and intentions. This is a time to set goals related to personal growth, creative projects, and expressing your unique self. New moon energy. There may be the potential for new income streams or financial gains. Plus, 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 plus. You may be reassessing what really matters to you and how your values align with your financial decisions. Be mindful of overspending. Okay? The new moon in Leo in opposition to Pluto in Aquarius. So this is affecting your second house and your eighth house. This is a time to focus on what you want and how to build your resources. Pluto can bring up deep-seated fears, power struggles, and intense emotional experiences because Pluto rules that eighth house. You may find yourself reevaluating your values and how you acquire resources, possibly facing resistance or needing to let go of old patterns. Okay? And that can be with the Leo energy that this new moon is speaking to. Okay, Cancer risings, I hope this helps you for this month. And until next time, love you lots. Bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Leo risings. Welcome to my channel, Astro, and this is your monthly forecast for July 2025. And yes, I am your friendly astrologer. Okay, now Leo, you're shining bright like a diamond. Shining bright like a diamond. That is your energy, because towards the end of the month we have a pack of planets and you, the star, all in Leo. Okay, so let's get into the events for the month before we get into your forecast. But shine bright like a diamond. Okay, so what we have, starting with Pluto. Pluto has been in retrograde since May. So we have several other planets that are turning retrograde here in July, and I'm going to start with Neptune. Starting in April, Neptune starts its retrograde in Aries July the 4th. Okay, and we have Venus and Uranus moves to Gemini July the 4th. And we have Saturn retrograding July 13th, and we have Mercury retrograding July 17th. We have the full moon in Capricorn July the 10th, and we have that new moon in Leo July the 24th. Okay, Leo risings, let's get into it. Now, Venus in Gemini seeks love through intellectual connections, because Gemini is that social butterfly that likes to have all this communication and get around, you know, like having fun. So Venus seeks communication in relationships. This placement values mental stimulation, variety, and a playful approach to love and attraction. And that's kind of similar to you, Leo rising, because you have that playful aura about you. So Venus in Gemini is going to be in your 11th house. Okay, this is a favorable time for, excuse me, for engaging in social events, because the 11th house is about social connection, large groups, friends, and I don't know why churches keep coming up for me, but you know, your community events with churches where you gather could be a part of your 11th house energy. So this is a favorable time for engaging in social events, group activities, and connecting with like-minded people. This house also represents your hopes and wishes, social media presence. There are opportunities for professional advancement through networking and building relationships with the right people. Intellectual stimulation and playful approach to relationships and social interactions are also one of the, this would be like one of your superpowers, I guess. You may have the privilege to you may have the privilege to experience lively conversations, engaging discussions, and a greater ability to express yourself in social situations. Now this is good for your 11th house, okay? Because it's like your wish is my command. That's what that 11th house is speaking to right now. So do what you need to do with it. Okay, Neptune starts its retrograde in Aries in the 9th house of your higher mind, philosophy, religion, spirituality, long distance travel, other cultures, publishing, teaching. That's enough for you to understand where I'm going here. It's also, you know, the house of higher learning, like higher education here. So this is a time when a period of introspection and reevaluation of your beliefs, your philosophies, and your higher learning. This is where this comes into play. This transit can inspire you to take a deeper dive and explore what your faith, your spirituality, and the meaning of life is to you. This is a good opportunity to take that in. However, Neptune's tendency towards confusion or delusion can lead to conflict, particularly around ideas and your beliefs. And you may be self-conflicted, you know, or you could have a conversation with another and that sparks the struggle, the conflict. Okay, so we have Uranus on the 4th moving into Gemini in your 11th house as well. So Uranus in Gemini encourages a desire for mental exploration and unconventional ideas. Uranus transit can manifest as unexpected shifts in friendships, new and unconventional social connections, and a re-evaluation of your goals and your ideas. Okay, this is your 11th house that we're talking about. So it's like your wish is my command. Don't forget that. Abracadabra. Okay, that's real though. You know, that's the real thing. People, you know, was just playing with it, but it's a real thing. Okay, So let's move on to Venus conjunct Uranus in your 11th house. This can be a period when the elements of surprise, excitement, and the potential for sudden changes in social dynamics. There may be unexpected connections, the desire for unconventional relationships, or sudden shifts in group affiliations. Now, the secret to this here is that you can set your intentions on what you want to see happen for you in this 11th house, because you got you have a network of people there that you have access to. So, whatever it is that you want to have happen, just abracadabra, and set those intentions, and there it is, manifesting. Okay, so on the 6th of July, Leo, I'm serious, Leo rising people. Okay, on the 6th of July, we have Venus and Gemini forming a sextile to Saturn in Aries. And this is happening in your 11th house as well. Wow. This is the time when social connections are enhanced. What did I say? Abracadabra. Okay, by a more mature, responsible approach. You may find yourself enjoying social events and group activities while also feeling a tug towards your intellectual pursuits. Higher learning and expanding your horizons. This is the 9th and 11th house that we're speaking about. You may experience positive developments in friendships, creative projects, and educational endeavors with a focus on building lasting relationships and achieving long-term goals. You could experience delays with legal matters, travel, or higher education. Okay? So just know when Saturn is doing its thing, sometimes things can get delayed. Okay? But still, abracadabra will make that happen. Even though it's delayed, it still comes. Okay, so here we go. Did I say Venus in Gemini forms a sextile with Neptune? Now this is where the illusions and the confusion can happen. This is happening between your 11th house and your 9th house as well. But Jupiter is also a spiritual vibration as well, so it can help you get in touch with your higher power. This placement may be a time when your creativity is enhanced, very creative as well. You are inspired and find yourself experiencing positive social interactions in areas related to community, friendships, long-distance connections. You may need to review your social circles and friendships and connect with like minds for the sake of deeper understanding of yourself and the world around you, okay? You may connect with people from different backgrounds as well. So, yeah, this is all good. It's not so bad. Not bad at all. Okay, so here we go with Venus and Gemini trining Pluto in Aquarius. Now, the trines are, gifts from above. You don't have to do anything. They've just come to you. So this trine is in your 11th house and your 7th house. Your house of relationships and your house of social connections. During this time, your social life, relationships, and partnerships may undergo significant transformation. That's because Pluto is transformative energy, okay? And it's in Aquarius. and Aquarius represents the people. You may find yourself drawn to deeper connections with friends and partners who you share your values and desires authenticity, okay? Who you share your values and you desire authenticity, okay? You may also experience shifts in power dynamics and potentially ending outdated relationship patterns. That could be the change for you. Now, July the 10th, we have the full moon in Capricorn, and this is happening in your 6th house of work, routine, your daily routine, your health, subordinates, your co-workers, okay? So this is a time for heightened awareness of your daily routine, your work-life balance, and your health matters. It's a time to focus on practical long-term goals and potentially resolve lingering issues related to work or your health. Self-care, okay, with this full moon in the 6th house, I can't stress it enough. Self-care and reevaluation of your habits are also highlighted. So, get a checkup. And whatever it is that's ailing you, go see about it, because this can take on a whole different story really quickly if you're not up on it, okay? So on the 13th, we have Saturn retrograde in Aries, and this is happening in your 9th house. You may experience delays or difficulty in completing higher education, or you may need to reevaluate your academic goals. You may question your long-held beliefs and explore different philosophies. Well, at least you're turning inwards and you're trying to figure out, what's best for you when it comes to your faith and your belief systems. So we have Mercury turning retrograde on the 17th, and Leo rising. Here we go with all of you. Now, this is happening in your first house because the Mercury retrograde is in Leo. This can be a time when you may have a heightened sense of awareness, potential communication challenges though, and a need to revisit past ideas or projects related to your ideas and your self-expression, okay? Now, don't get too dramatic about it, Leo rising, because that's, you don't like people telling you about yourself, and that's just the way you can be, but you can change too. So changing is up to you. And this is what this is all about. So on the 22nd, you, Leo, your sun enters Leo in your first house as well. You may feel an increase in your energy, your confidence, and your self-expression, okay? Be careful, there is a potential for arrogance and dominance because you are Leo, the leader, okay? So anyway, just be aware that your royal subjects are not always there, all right? Oh boy, Leo. Okay, so here we go. We have a new moon in Leo. And this is on the 24th. The new moon represents new cycles and intentions. This is a time to set goals related to personal growth, creative projects, and expressing your unique self. So this is a time for new beginnings, emotional self-expression, and a focus on your personal identity. Embrace your individuality confidently. Step into new ventures with enthusiasm. This is in your first house. Okay, this is a new moon energy. You're getting into your emotional side of who you are, Leo, but still take heed because we have the new moon, we have the Mercury, and we have the sun all shining on you in the first house. And for the last thing, we have the new moon in Leo in opposition to Pluto in Aquarius. And this has to do with some control dynamics, okay? So let's see. This transit suggests a push towards authenticity. Try to be more authentic instead of performing for your audience, your subjects, okay? So push towards authenticity and individuality, while at the same time challenging existing relationship dynamics and power structures, okay? Examine your personal identity and how your identity interacts with partnerships that may lead to significant shifts in how you connect with others, okay? So it's time for you to humble yourself with this opposition, okay? You don't have to always be the big kahuna. Leo rising. It's okay. This is something that is going to help you grow, okay? Recognizing how you are seen by others as opposed to how you see yourself. You know, there may be a difference and you want to create that balance, but with this power structure opposition with Pluto, he's here to, you know, correct that on your behalf, okay? So just humble yourself and know that this is happening for you, okay? It's for your higher growth, you know? All right, Leo rising, I love you, and I hope this helps you, and don't ignore it, you know, don't be mad at me, I'm just the messenger, right? And until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Virgo risings out there. This is your friendly astrologer, Astro, and this is your monthly forecast for July 2025. Welcome. Okay, Virgo rising, before we get into your forecast for the month, let me just share with you the events for the month. We have several planets that are retrograding, and that's the big deal. We have Venus and Gemini also changing signs. Okay, so let me just say, Pluto has been retrograding since May, okay? Neptune starts its retrograde in Aries July the 4th. We have Venus and Uranus moving to Gemini July the 4th. We have Saturn retrograding July the 13th. And we have Mercury retrograding July the 17th. The full moon in Capricorn will be on July the 10th, and the new moon in Leo will be July the 24th. Okay? So let's start with Venus opening up the door for the month. Venus in Gemini seeks love through intellectual connection and communication in relationships. This placement values mental stimulation, variety, and a playful approach to love and attraction. Okay, so Venus in Gemini is going to be in your 10th house of reputation, your career, and how you are seen, okay, from the public. So during this time, you may find yourself connecting with colleagues and superiors through engaging conversations, because it's in Gemini, for your work and positive feedback from others. It's a time to leverage your social intelligence and diplomatic skills to achieve your professional goals. Beware, you may come off as superficial or giving out mixed signals in romantic situations, okay? Because you could have some kind of office romance with Venus in the 10th house, okay? So Neptune also starts its retrograde on the 4th of July in Aries. This transit can bring illusions, that's Neptune's forte, heightened intuition, and a need to reevaluate your boundaries around intimacy, finances, and shared power. Be careful of sacrificing too much for others or getting caught up in victim blaming dynamics and the need for escapism, because that is what Neptune is capable of. Okay? So on the 4th, we have Uranus moving into Gemini in your 10th house as well. Uranus in Gemini encourages a desire for mental exploration and unconventional ideas. You may experience a significant shift in your career path because Uranus is going to change things in a sudden manner, possibly towards a more innovative or technological field, because Uranus rules the technology. You may also consider freelance work, entrepreneurship, or a highly specialized field. You may desire an independent and autonomous work life that includes setting your own schedule or working remotely. That's possible. Working from home. All right, so we have Venus conjuncting Uranus in your 10th house. You experience sudden career opportunities here. Changes in job role or a shift in your professional path. You get favorable feedback related to your career achievements. You may desire an independent, autonomous work life that includes setting your own schedule or working remotely. You may feel a strong urge to rebel against authority. Well. Tradition and or traditional structures which may cause tension in your professional life. You may experience unexpected disruptions or sudden changes in your career path as well. So just be prepared, all right? And I'm sure if there's the sudden change where you need to find another place of employment, I'm sure you've been feeling that before this sudden change with Uranus happens in your career space. Okay? So on the 6th, we have Venus in Gemini forming a sextile to Saturn in Aries. And this is affecting your 10th house and your 8th house. This transit may bring opportunities for career advancement through partnerships or collaborations. There is a focus on transforming old patterns and embracing new ways of working and relating, which is good. You know, it's a sextile. You just have to work on it. That's all. Okay, Venus in Gemini is forming a sextile to Neptune in Aries, and this is affecting your 10th house and your 8th house once again because Saturn and Neptune are both in Aries. Now, this retrograde can bring some confusion or a sense of a detachment from reality. Oh, Lord, because the 8th house. Be careful of potential escapism tendencies, unrealistic expectations as well. But there's also a potential for lucky breaks and favorable feedback in your professional life. You may be thinking about having a sense of authenticity and spiritual growth. You may come to want to do that. I mean, that could come up through the 8th house. You may be releasing past limitations, 8th house energy, or outdated career identities. You know, the mask that we wear. Your creative potential could lead to success in your career. All right, and on the 7th, we have a trine. This is Venus in Gemini trining Pluto in Aquarius, and this is affecting your 10th and 6th house. Your 6th house is the house of work, daily routines, being of service, your health. So there is a possibility for career advancement because this is a trine, and trines come very easy. They just fall into your lap, and there you have it. Excuse me. There is a possibility for career advancement through your creative and communication skills, while simultaneously undergoing a deep, challenging transformation in your work ethic, your health, and your daily habits. Okay? This transforming energy is coming from Pluto. Okay? And this is good because it could be a positive transformation in your health. Your health could turn around for the better. Now, the full moon in Capricorn is happening in your 5th house, and this is happening on the 10th of July, and this may bring you a sense of accomplishment, recognition for your creative project. New creative outlets are also possible because this is 5th house energy. You may experience deeper emotional connections or a sense of closure in existing relationships. This time may also bring you a deeper understanding of your relationships with your children or a significant event related to your children. Okay? Now, this is with Capricorn in your 5th house. And Capricorn have a serious overtone, you know, to it. So it's not so much fun. It's like Saturn, you know, it's seriousness. Well, anyway, let's move on. July the 13th, we have Saturn turning retrograde in your 8th house. And, you know, the 8th house is about death, transformation, debt, shared resources, other people's money, the bank, your loans, inheritance, things like that. All psychological issues. And it could be some karmic energy there too. So karmic lessons are tied to trust, vulnerability, and the need to release old emotional baggage. You may experience delays related to finances and inheritance and other people's resources. a release of old unhelpful behaviors related to control, possessiveness, or unhealthy attachments. Need to let it go. And the moon on the 10th is helpful, okay? It's giving you some direction as to what you need to let go of. Okay, Mercury turns retrograde in Leo, and this is happening in your 12th house. And the 12th house is the house of the subconscious mind. It's the house of karma. It's the house of escapism. It's the house of isolation as well. Okay, so you may be drawn to spending more time alone, reflecting on your thoughts and feelings. It may be difficult to express yourself clearly, which may create misunderstandings. Unresolved or hidden desires may rise that require a conscious effort to understand and for you to integrate them as well, okay? Just embrace, whatever comes up for you in this retrograde in the 12th house, because it's going to benefit you in the form of growth, okay, and your communication space as well. So on the 22nd, we have we have the sun entering Leo. The sun rules Leo, and this is happening in your 12th house, behind the scenes, of course. This transit can bring up buried emotions, past experiences, or unresolved issues that require attention and healing. You are encouraged to let go of old emotional baggage, self-destructive tendencies, and anything that no longer serves you. Let it go. You find yourself connecting with your inner self and exploring your spiritual path. You may also feel the need to be alone. Well, in your 12th house, take this time to be alone, relax, because you will need to rest more, under this 12th house energy. So on the 24th, we have the new moon in your 12th house as well. Wow, Virgo rising, this is a lot to take in. Your 12th house. You may be confronted with a lot of hidden issues here. But anyway, it's on the 24th. The new moon represents new cycles and intentions. This is a time to set goals related to personal growth, creative projects, and expressing your unique self. So in your 12th house, this is a time to retreat and reflect on your inner world, okay, and connect with your intuition. You may experience heightened dreams and a desire for solitude and a focus on your subconscious patterns. Yeah, this is definitely could stir up some pain, but yeah, because on the 25th, this new moon in Leo is going to oppose Pluto in Aquarius. And this is going to affect you in your 12th house and your 6th house, okay? So this opposition can bring up deep-seated emotional issues, fears, and insecurities. You may need to confront power dynamics in your relationships and redefine how you express your personal power. You may also, excuse me, you may also experience significant changes in your daily routine, work habits, and your approach to health and wellness. Okay? So Virgo rising, You have a lot to impact towards the end of the month, so just take it easy and, do your reflection and just take time out for yourself. Okay? So, love you lots, and until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Libra rising collectives. Welcome to my channel, Astro and I'm your friendly astrologer, and this is your monthly forecast for July 2025. Hello. Now, events for the month. Pluto has been in retrograde since May of 2025, yes, and Neptune starts its retrograde in Aries July the 4th. Okay, Venus and Uranus moves to Gemini July the 4th, and we have Mercury retrograding July the 17th. I got this a little backwards, but Saturn will be retrograding on the 13th, and we have the full moon in Capricorn on the 10th, and we have the new moon in Leo on the 24th. Okay, so those are the events that are occurring here in July. So let's get started the 4th of July with Venus in Gemini. Venus in Gemini seeks love through intellectual connection and in communication in their relationships. This placement, it values mental stimulation, variety, and a playful approach to love and attraction. So Venus in Gemini is in your 9th house of higher learning, spiritual growth, religion, your belief system, philosophy, publishing, teaching. Okay? So you may now have a strong desire for knowledge and new experiences, long distance travel as well, and other cultures are also in this 9th house energy. Individuals may be drawn to studying different cultures. You may experience deeper connections, shared experiences with people from different cultures. You may develop a passion for travel, exploring new places and cultures. It's time to step out of your comfort zone and embrace new perspective. There is a tendency under this transit to be restless or easily distracted. Of course, that's the electric energy of Gemini. Gemini has a kind of a nervous type energy that runs through, and that's where the restlessness can come from. All right, so Neptune starts its retrograde in Aries in your 7th house. And this is the house of relationships, partnerships, business partners, legal issues, your enemies, like your marriage, your divorce partner, open enemies, okay? Your hidden enemies are in your 12th house. Okay, so anyway, the 7th house of relationships. You may have difficulties distinguishing between your needs and the needs of a partner, okay? You may have unrealistic expectations and disappointments in relationships. You may use relationships to avoid personal issues or responsibilities. There is the potential for being misled or misleading others in your relationships too. However, your opportunities for profound, emphatic, empathetic, and spiritually fulfilling relationships. However, there is the opportunity. I don't know what happened here. Okay, there is the opportunity for you to experience these profound relationships, as I was stating. So, anyway, let me just move on. You may experience a heightened sense of intuition and creative expression. And that's because Neptune is highly intuitive and highly creative. So it has its plus and minuses. The illusions, confusion, the fog is the minuses. But if you're intuitive, you can navigate. Now, on the 4th, Uranus moves to Gemini, and that'll be in your 9th house, of which we already discussed. Uranus in Gemini encourages a desire for mental exploration and unconventional ideas. Okay, so with Uranus moving into Gemini, Uranus is also an electric energy. So Gemini also have that nervous system, nervous energy as well. So that could be something that you have to think through, because you may be impulsive or jumpy during this transit. But Uranus is going to be in Gemini for, it's going to move back into Taurus this year, but in next year it'll stay in Gemini, for several years. Okay, you may be questioning your long-held beliefs and philosophical viewpoints. Traditional educational systems may feel restrictive because Uranus likes to have that freedom. And you may choose to explore alternative methods such as online courses or unconventional subjects. Okay, unexpected travel opportunities or a desire to explore new cultures and ideas may be on your mind as well. Okay, Venus conjuncts Uranus in your 9th house. Your desire for intellectual stimulation can lead you to explore different belief systems, cultures, or academic pursuits. Okay, you may challenge the status quo and pursue your own path in matters of love and learning. You may experience unexpected romantic encounters with individuals from other cultures. Beautiful. Okay, now, just go with the flow with that, because you could find, your soulmate when you are exploring different cultures. Okay, so let's see. Okay, Venus in Gemini forms a sextile to Saturn in Aries, and this is affecting your 9th house and your 7th house. This transit brings a time where you could possibly positively be influenced by your desire for learning, new experiences, and higher education. You may have a mature and grounded approach to love and relationships while fostering intellectual connections and stimulating conversations, okay? So this is a good aspect here. And we also have Venus sextiling Neptune. and the same, 9th house and 7th house aspects. This transit can bring a sense of empathy and compassion to your relationships. This can foster a deep spiritual connection with partners and a desire to merge on a soul level. That's Neptune's spiritual soul energy. Okay, there's a tendency to idealize your partner, but the boundaries blur, the boundary blur. You got these blurred lines showing up. Blur the boundaries and you may experience disillusionment. So, all right, keep your boundaries if your expectations are unrealistic. You may experience a lack of clarity in your communication space as well. Okay, so we're going to move on to the 7th. Venus in Gemini is trining Pluto in Aquarius, and this is in your 9th house and your 5th house. So whatever happens here, it is, you know, a divine gift, because trines are normally they just come to you out of nowhere. So it's a divine gift and you just accept it. Okay, so there may be a shift in your romantic ideals and expectations. So change is good, change is good. You may question the conventional norms of love and relationships. You may question your long-held beliefs and philosophies, because we're in the 9th house, to open a more expansive worldview. You may find yourself exploring unconventional forms of self-expression. There may be a shift in how you experience pleasure, moving away from superficial enjoyment towards more profound and meaningful experiences. Now that is some transformation energy, because Pluto is like the phoenix rising from the ashes. Okay, all of the old energy is burned away, and you become, you know, your soul's purpose or your soul's journey. Okay, so just take that and take that in, because this is a time for growth in the best way possible. Okay, so the full moon in Capricorn in your 4th house. There is a need to balance your personal and professional life, because your 4th house represents your home, your family, your real estate, your heritage, your ancestral lineage as well, and a lot of past history. So there may be tension in the home because this full moon here in Capricorn. You may have a need to create a supportive and nurturing environment for yourself. Take time out to make your home your sanctuary where you feel safe and protected. Establish clear boundaries in your relationships, because this is a full moon, letting go. With the moon, we have a tendency to not have boundaries, some of us. But in this case, make sure you have your boundaries so you don't overgive, okay? And this is in your relationships and with your family members. And protect your emotional space, because this is the house of Cancer. Cancer rules this house, so this is a water house. And this is an emotional placement. Even though it's in the sign of Capricorn, you still need to recognize that you can give of yourself. So on the 13th, we have Saturn retrograde in Pisces. No, Saturn retrograde in Aries. It'll end up in Pisces, in the fall sometimes. But right now is retrograding in the sign of Aries. This may be a time for reflection on your past relationships because it's in your seventh house. You may experience delays or obstacles, and that's because Saturn is retrograde, and Saturn slows things down, and pertaining to commitment issues, responsibilities, or emotional detachment. Now on the 17th, we have Mercury turning retrograde in Leo, and this is happening in your 11th house of social networks, large groups, friendships, co-workers, church groups, your hopes and your wishes. You may find yourself rethinking your involvement in certain groups or re-evaluating the nature of your friendships. You may have to rephrase your words, clarify your intentions, or address past misunderstandings. Okay? And that's Mercury. Now we have the Sun entering Leo, and the Sun rules Leo. And this is happening in your 11th house with all that light, Libra. You may find yourself in a leadership role within your social groups and the large organizations you are affiliated with. You may realize your hopes and dreams that's related to your social life and future aspirations. You may have the confidence to express authenticity, and your charisma can bring you attention and influence within your social sphere. Now see, this is just light, Libra. Now, the 24th of July, we're having the moon in Leo in your 11th house. Okay, and the new moon represents new cycles and intentions. This is a time to set goals related to personal growth, creative projects, and expressing your unique self. New moon in Leo is a time for aligning like-minded individuals and pursuing shared goals. You may encounter individuals who inspire you or offer support in your endeavors. Okay, so this is in your 11th house of your social networking friends or people. Now on the 25th, we have the new moon in Leo opposing Pluto in Aquarius. Now, this is affecting your 11th house and your 5th house, okay? There is a need during this transit to balance personal desires with collective needs and transformations. Breakthroughs in personal identity and social connections should be significant here. Hidden issues come up to the surface, and the need to let go of outdated patterns and usher in new possibilities are highlighted. Okay, so this is, with this new moon, set your intentions that aligns with this opposition here, your 11th house and your 5th house, Libra rising. Okay, and that is it for you for the month of July. I love you, and until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Scorpio risings out there. Welcome to my channel, welcome to my channel, Astro, and I am your friendly astrologer. And this is your monthly forecast for July 2025. Now, the events for this month are the retrogrades and the planets entering new signs. So we have Pluto that's been retrograde since May the 4th. And Neptune starts its retrograde in Aries July the 4th. Let's see, Saturn will be retrograding on July the 13th. We have Mercury retrograding on July 17th. We have Venus and Uranus ingressing to Gemini on the 4th of July. Okay, last two things is that we have a full moon in Capricorn, July the 10th, and we have a new moon in Leo, July 24th. So Leo is going to be packing a big punch because the moon is going to be in Leo, the sun is going to be in Leo, and Leo is going to do a opposition with Pluto. Okay? So let's get into it. July the 4th, we have Venus in Gemini. Venus seeks love through intellectual connections and communication in relationships. This placement values mental stimulation and a playful approach to love and attraction. All right, I don't know if this is too much light. Let's see. I think I'm okay. Okay, so Venus moves into Gemini in your 8th house, Scorpio rising. That is your home house for you and Pluto. You may bring up conversations around intimacy and explore deeper emotional connections in your relationships. You may need to address issues related to shared finances, inheritance, or dependencies, okay? You may encounter passionate and transformative romantic interludes. There is the potential for jealousy and control issues to arise. Okay, Scorpio rising, and we know how you are, you know, you're Scorpio rising. You have those hidden fears. All right, on July the 4th, we also have Neptune starting its retrograde in Aries, and this is happening in your 6th house of health, daily routines, your work, your being of service, your co-workers, etc. So there could be a need to address past wounds with Neptune here, or repressed emotions related to health issues. And did I say it's the house of health too? Work-related goals may need to be reevaluated, and you may be considering a change in your career. Your career directions. You want to simplify your daily routines, and there may be areas where you struggle to assert yourself. Or where your actions may be driven by unconscious patterns or wounds. Yeah, you know, you're the dragon, Leo rising. The tail of the dragon and the head of the dragon. Oh, you know, you will bite someone if they hurt, make you feel pain. Okay, so we also have Uranus moving into Gemini on the 4th as well. And Uranus in Gemini encourages a desire for mental exploration and unconventional ideas. You may experience intense or erratic experiences in your sex life, or your emotional bonds, your sexual organs. Scorpio rules the sexual organs, okay? So, yeah, sex is a thing here in the eighth house. Upheaval in joint finances, inheritances, or shared property could occur. You may get sudden psychological insights that make you feel overwhelmed. All right, so just take it easy. You may experience intellectual detachment as a defense against emotional debt. Like I said before, you know, you're good at getting back at someone. You may have obsessive thought patterns around control, trust, or betrayal. Yeah. Venus and Gemini conjuncts Uranus in this house, the eighth house, on the 4th as well. Expect the unexpected in your relationships and how you approach your values. You may experience sudden attractions, shifts in relationship dynamics, or more freedom in your connections. You may find clarity in understanding yourself and your relationships. You may reevaluate your needs and desires in intimate relationships, developing a more authentic and liberated approach. Embrace the changes that are happening for you. Okay. Now on the 6th, we have Venus and Gemini sextile Saturn in Aries, and this is affecting your 8th house of death and transformation, and your 6th house of health and daily routines. Okay? You may experience a deeper, more meaningful connection with others involving shared emotional experiences or hidden desires. Financial growth through shared resources or investments is possible. Be careful of illusions and unrealistic expectations, because we're talking about Neptune here, and Neptune can be an illusionist. He can confuse you and he can put you in the fog, okay? You may be inspired to create a more compassionate and service-oriented approach to your daily tasks. Your intuition is heightened, so listen to your gut and be open to new opportunities. Align with your deeper emotional needs and desires. Okay, so on the 7th, we have Venus and Gemini trining Pluto and Aquarius. Now, the trines are like a gift from the universe. You know, they just fall into your lap. So whatever is happening in this trine in your 8th and 4th house is like a blessing to you. You may start an open and honest conversation about your desires, your fears, and your needs in relationships. You may start to let go of past hurts, resentments, and unhealthy attachments that no longer serve your highest good. Well, that's a good thing. You may focus your attention to reevaluating your core beliefs and values that are related to security, your 4th house, intimacy, and belonging. You may focus on becoming more authentic and emotionally fulfilled based on your personal truth and empowerment. Yeah, okay, that's some 8th house stuff, that's good because that's growth. Now on the 10th, we have the full moon in Capricorn in your 3rd house. During this time, focus on balance between your emotional needs and your ambition. Use this time for introspection and to understand or overstand what truly matters to you. Beware of your communication style and how it impacts others. Decisive action and commitment to your path. Your chosen path is highlighted right now. I mean, at that full moon. So you're releasing and letting go of things that no longer serving you, so that you can take the action that you need to take to have more space for what it is that you do want to bring into your reality. Okay, Saturn is retrograde on the 13th in the sign of Aries, and this falls in your 6th house. This transit may bring delays and pressures in your work life. You may need to reevaluate your work habits, prioritize your health, and take a more disciplined approach to your daily resources. Now, prioritizing your health should be on your to-do list, okay, at the top. So July 17th, Mercury turns retrograde in Leo in your 10th house. And the 10th house is your house of reputation, your public reputation, your career, and how others see you, okay? Or how you are perceived by others. So this is a time to review, because we have retrograde Mercury happening in your 10th house, and reevaluate or reflect on your career path, goals, and how you are perceived in your professional environment. Expect misunderstandings, delays, or technical glitches in your work environment. You may have to revisit old projects, unfinished tasks, or past communication patterns in your professional life. Be mindful of your communication style at work as well, and avoid being overly dramatic or assertive, and double check all communications before sending, because this is a Mercury retrograde, okay? And miscommunications are going to happen. All right, on the 22nd, the sun enters Leo, and the sun rules Leo. So there's a lot of brightness happening July the 22nd. So during this time, you may find yourself more visible in your professional arena and social circles, because again, this is happening in your 10th house. You have opportunities for promotion or a new job offer. There is the potential for conflict with superiors or your colleagues due to your strong ego presence, or a desire to be in the spotlight. That's Leo ego energy. You must find ways to balance ambition with a realistic assessment of your abilities and the needs of others. Okay, that's with the sun in Leo. Now we're going to the new moon on the 24th, and that's going to be in Leo in your 10th house as well. So the new moon represents new cycles and intentions. This is a time to set goals related to personal growth, career projects, and expressing your unique self. The new moon in Leo, with the new moon in Leo, you may feel a strong need to take charge and pursue your ambitions. This is a favorable time for career advancements, new businesses, ventures, or taking on leadership roles. You may experience increased visibility and recognition for your work. Be mindful of the potential to be overconfident or boastful, okay? Stay humble and grounded. There is the possibility that power struggles may occur between you and your authority or colleagues, okay? Keep that in mind. Now, the last thing we're going to talk about for the month of July is this new moon in Leo opposition to Pluto in Aquarius. And this is happening between your 10th and your 4th house, okay? So this is the time to reclaim your power and honor your individuality. Face your fears of vulnerability vulnerabilities and rejection, heal your generational patterns and emotional wounds. So this is like, I said it before, it's like the phoenix rising from the ashes when we're looking at this opposition, because this is definitely some soul growth that happens when we go through the process of healing, okay? So, strive for a strong sense of purpose and soul alignment. Come into alignment with your soul, okay? So this is Scorpio rising. This is some intense energy, and you know how to handle it because you are an intense vibration as well. So, Scorpio rising, this is your forecast for July 2025. And until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Sagittarius risings. Hey love, how are you? Welcome to my channel. I am your friendly astrologer, Astro, and this is your monthly forecast for July 2025. Okay, I'm looking right at my camera, and the color balance keeps changing. So I'm gonna have to figure that out at some point. But anyway, let's get into this month's events. So Sagittarius rising, we have several retrogrades happening for us in the month of July. And we also have Venus and Uranus ingressing into new signs. Okay, so we have Pluto has been retrograding since May. Neptune starts its retrograde in Aries on the 4th of July. Venus and Uranus both move to Gemini on the 4th of July. Saturn will be retrograding July 13th, and Mercury will be retrograding July 17th. And we have a new moon and a full moon first, July the 10th in Capricorn. Excuse me. And we have the new moon in Leo on the 24th. Okay, so let's see. I think that's looking okay, the color. So July 4th, we start with Venus in Gemini. And this placement seeks love through intellectual connections and communication in their relationships. This placement values the mental stimulation. You know, Gemini is that social butterfly and love to talk and be in good company and just creating, a happy, playful environment. And this placement takes a playful approach to love and attraction. But just remember, Gemini is free, and they play around because they're happy. And that's just Gemini, that's how they operate. Okay, so we have Gemini moving into the 7th house. Venus in Gemini is in the 7th house. So during this time, your relationships with your romantic partner, your business partners, and friends will go well. You may be more open and affectionate because of Venus at this time. For single people, a new romance is possible. If you're If you've been conflicted with someone and want to reconnect, this is the best time to do so. Just watch out for being too easygoing and watch out for your own interests. Okay, so they're talking about, creating boundaries for yourself. And also on the 4th, we have Neptune starts its retrograde in Aries in your 5th house. Okay? This transit may reveal whether your hobbies and creative endeavors are truly fulfilling or if they are based on illusions and escapism. And this is the sign of Neptune's energy. Illusions, escapism, the fog, confusion, but also creativity, spirituality, and when I say creativity, Neptune can enhance your, if you play instruments. I know a lot of Neptune people are musicians. Okay, so you may gain clarity about your romantic desires and what you truly seek in relationships. This could involve recognizing unhealthy relationship patterns, which is good, facing disillusionment, or discovering a deeper, more authentic approach to love. Okay? Spiritual growth and self-discovery are also highlighted. And this is in your 5th house. So you may struggle with this, with setting boundaries in relationships and creative projects. You may want to assess where you may be giving too much or where you feel stifled. Okay? And I've said that before. So set some boundaries for yourself while Neptune is having its retrograde. And Uranus is moving into Gemini in the 7th house. Okay, and this is the house of relationships. This is the house of marriage, legal contracts, partnerships, friendships, even your family, open enemies. All right, so Uranus, with Uranus in this transit, it can bring about sudden changes in your connections, such as unexpected breakups, reconciliations, or the emergence of new and unusual relationships. You may find yourself questioning traditional relationships, seeking unconventional arrangements. That's Uranus, that freedom-loving energy. You may reevaluate what you seek in a partner and what you are willing to compromise on. If you have underlying issues, in your existing relationships, they may come to the surface and they may lead to conflict or resolution. So you have options here. Is, how much work you want to put into it. It's up to you. Then we have Venus conjunct Uranus in the 7th house. You may experience a whirlwind romance, a shocking breakup, or a sudden urge to redefine what partnerships means to you. It's a time to be open to exploring new ways of relating to others as well. So on the 6th, we have Venus and Gemini forming a sextile to Saturn in Aries, and this is occurring in your 7th and your 5th house. Okay, during this time, it may be easier for you to communicate your feelings and deepen your bonds with others. You may have a disciplined approach to creative projects. That's Saturn for you. And it may bring you, what was I saying? Approach to creative projects may bring you tangible results and satisfaction, okay? Balancing your work life and leisure life can be very harmonious in relationships and creative projects. All right. So on the 4th, again, this is probably the 6th. Yeah. Venus, this is the 6th of July. Venus also forms a sextile to Neptune, and that's between the same houses, the 7th and the 5th. During this transit, beware of potential illusions or idealizations in romantic relationships. Neptune may cause confusion, so make sure your communication is clear and avoid misinterpretations, okay? You may need to find balance between your personal needs and the needs of your partnership. So just, make sure that you're communicating clearly. But, Neptune is here, and it always adds a flare of confusion. So you can play it by ear whether or not you want to talk serious talk, because this is affecting your relationship house and your romantic house, okay? So on the 7th, we have Venus in Gemini trining Pluto in Aquarius. And as I've said before, the trines are a gift, so you don't have to do anything. It's just going to happen for you. The sextiles are good. You just have to do some work to, get what you need out of it. All right, so this transit can bring up hidden issues in relationships to the surface. You may find yourself communicating more directly and authentically, or you may need to adjust your communication patterns to better suit your relationships. You reevaluate your personal values and beliefs as they relate to your relationships. Past hurts or unresolved issues in relationships may offer an opportunity of healing and growth. Yay. So yeah, that's a good trine, because this is the evolution process. And with Pluto in Aquarius, it is an evolutionary soul growth. Now on the 10th, we have this full moon in Capricorn, and this is happening in your second house. And your second house is the house of money. It's the house of your possession. This is the house of self-worth, and this is the house of your values, okay? You may clearly understand your financial situation, revealing areas of strength and areas needing improvement. Your focus may be on managing your resources effectively, taking a clear look at your spending habits, or explore ways to increase your income. Okay? But just let go of those outdated ideas about your value system, okay? So on the 13th, we have Saturn retrograding into Aries, and this is happening in your 5th house. So during this time, you may experience a temporary block in creative projects or feel less inspired. You may have a serious curiosity. I don't know if did I do that right? You may have a serious curiosity Oh, retrograde. Okay, during this time, you may experience a temporary block in creative projects or feel less inspired. You may have a serious and cautious approach, that's Saturn, to relationships that leads to delays or obstacles in finding, love or experiencing romantic fulfillment. You may experience challenges or responsibility related to children or the need to be patient and understanding in your interactions with them. You may need to cultivate and a more disciplined and structured approach to hobbies and creative pursuits or even romantic relationships. However, it is a time to reevaluate your creative passions and ensure that they are aligned with your long-term goals, because wherever Saturn is, it's about the task, it's about the effort, it's about the work. So when you put in the work to do it, the results are going to be lasting, okay? All right, so we have the 17th, we have Mercury turning retrograde in Leo, and this is happening in your ninth house of higher learning, spirituality, religion, your philosophy, your belief systems, teaching, and publishing. Okay, and I did say higher education. All right, so you may find yourself questioning your long held beliefs or philosophical viewpoints. You may reconsider your educational goals or re examine previously learned material. Long distance trips are also a part of this in other cultures as well. Trips may face unexpected challenges or require adjustments. There is the potential for misinterpretations in conversations regarding matters of faith, philosophy, or even travel. Okay? Just, so you know, but we have 3 or 4 Mercury retrogrades every year. Okay, so we should be a bit used to it by now. But anyway, on the 22nd, we have the sun that's entering. Did I just say that? No, that was Mercury. We have the sun entering into Leo in your ninth house, and the sun rules Leo. So during this time, you are self-assured, okay, and optimistic. You may have a desire for higher learning through formal education, travel, or exploring different philosophical perspectives as well. You may find that connecting with your beliefs and values bring a strong sense of direction for you. You may have a desire to explore new places and experience different cultures. Yeah, your communication skills are heightened, which makes it easier to express your ideas and your beliefs. Okay, that's a good one for you. Just moving into the sun is just shining really bright in that ninth house. So on the 24th, we have a new moon in Leo, and that's going to be in your ninth house as well. The new moon represents new cycles and intentions. This is the time to set goals related to personal growth, creative projects, and expressing your unique self. Okay, so this is a time to step out of your comfort zone, and this is Sagittarius rising, and consider different viewpoints. Now, Sagittarius rising, you really like ninth house energy. You like to travel. You like all of these things. However, let me keep going. You may have a desire for higher learning through formal education, travel, or exploring different philosophical perspective. Did I do this one already, or is it just, no, it's just the sun and the moon. They have some, similar themes. It's a good time to examine your current belief system and see if it aligns with your current understanding of the world. Okay, so this is also a time to set your intentions. Maybe you want to travel to some foreign places. Good idea. And maybe you want to go back to school and get your education. All right, so the last thing I'll speak about is on July 25th, where we have this new moon in Leo in the 9th house opposing Pluto in Aquarius in your 3rd house. Okay, so your old belief system and philosophical viewpoint, may be challenged, requiring a more authentic and forward-thinking approach. Communication patterns and how you interact with your immediate environment may undergo significant change. And that's, like in your 3rd house with your family, your siblings, your friends, your neighbors. Buried secrets within your community or close relationships may resurface for reevaluation and transformation. And that's that Pluto energy that's transforming things for you. Okay, so Sagittarius rising, this is your forecast for the month of July. And love you. And until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Capricorn risings out there. Welcome to my channel, Astro, and this is your monthly forecast for July 2025. Welcome. Before we get into the forecast, I just want to give you a heads up on the events for this month. Okay, so we have Pluto, which has been retrograding since May, making some aspects this month. And Neptune starts its retrograde in Aries, and Saturn will start its retrograde July the 13th. I didn't say Neptune date is July the 4th. So on July the 4th, Neptune will turn retrograde. Okay, and then we have Mercury turning retrograde on the 17th. We have Venus and Uranus moving into Gemini on the 4th. And we have a full moon in Capricorn, July 10th. And that is your sign, Capricorn rising. And we have the new moon in Leo, July 24th. Okay, so let's talk about it. Venus in Gemini seeks love through intellectual connections and communication in their relationships. This placement values mental stimulation, variety, and a playful approach to love and attraction. Venus will, in Gemini, moves into your 6th house of health, daily routines, your work, being of service, and your co-workers. It can apply to service animals as well. Okay, so let's see. This transit can bring a positive influence on your work environment, fostering harmony and cooperation among colleagues. It can also spark an interest in wellness and enhance your overall lifestyle. Okay, So that's a good thing. Just make sure that your health and wellness is at the top of your list. All right, so on the 4th, Neptune starts its retrograde in Aries, and this is happening in your 4th house of home, family, your family of origin, your children, and real estate is also a part of this 4th house energy. So during this time, you may find yourself questioning your traditional way of family life or seek an unconventional living situation. Your intuition and sensitivity can be amplified regarding your emotional needs and the needs of your family. This is Neptune's energy here. This is a time when you can process and heal old emotional wounds related to your family of origin. You may find yourself drawn to spiritual practices or philosophies that bring a sense of peace and connection to your home environment. You may want to establish healthy boundaries to protect your energy as well. So Uranus in Gemini encourages a desire for mental exploration and unconventional ideals. Uranus moves into Gemini in your 6th house as well. And again, this is about your health, your daily routines, your work, your co-workers, and being of service. You may have the desire for more freedom and less routine, and that's partly because Uranus is freedom loving, wants you to be independent. You may have a strong desire to learn new skills, explore different subjects, or engage in intellectually stimulating activities. This is the time to embrace change because that's what Uranus will do, is start to make sudden changes in this area. And gosh, it was something else I was going to say about Uranus, but it'll come back to me. So Venus is conjunct Uranus on the 4th as well. And this again is happening in your 6th house. So you may be considering exploring new career paths that involve innovative technology or communication. Uranus is innovative technology, and Gemini is the communication aspect. So your work relationships and those in your daily life may be marked by excitement, unpredictability, and a need for intellectual stimulation. This is a time to reflect on the changes you wish to make and approach them with intention rather than making impulsive moves. Okay, so be careful of that, because with Gemini, you can be impulsive. Gemini has a lot of that energy that it just wants to move, okay? And that could be an impulsive type of energy as well. So on the 6th, Venus in Gemini forms a sextile to Aries in your 6th house and your 4th house. You may have a more productive and efficient approach to your daily task and workflow. That's your 6th house, with a greater focus on quality and long-term results. That's Saturn. You may have positive work relationships through shared responsibilities and a commitment to building a more stable home life. And the relationships is associated with Venus. This transit may offer a new and more fulfilling career opportunity. Okay, so Capricorn risings, it looked like there's some good things happening for you this month. So Venus in Gemini also forms a sextile to Neptune in Aries in your sixth house and fourth house. You may take the time to blend your creativity, your creative ideas. Neptune is very creative as well. And your social skills, that's Gemini, to create a peaceful and spiritual grounded home life. You may want to reevaluate your ideas and motivations for helping others. That's sixth house energy. Your inspiration for service, this is as well. And compassion may be found by connecting with your intuition and inner wisdom. Neptune. This transit urges you to find balance between pursuing dreams and managing the practicalities of daily life. During this time, try to avoid escape tactics by avoiding responsibilities or idealizing situations. Okay, on the 7th, we have Venus, Capricorn rising in Gemini, and this is a trine to Pluto in Aquarius, and this is affecting your sixth house and your second house of money. Okay, now with the trines, these are very easy energy flows. It's like a gift from above because it just falls right down into your lap, and you get to reap the benefits of it. So this is affecting your second house of money. You may find innovative ways to improve your work, daily routines, or financial situations. You may need to reevaluate what you truly value, or you may find unconventional methods to build income streams, or you may consider building a community-driven business. Deeper intimacy and emotional honesty in relationships may allow for transformative and truthful conversations, especially in work relationships formed through daily interactions. It's also a time to release internal biases around money or outdated habits. Okay, Capricorn rising, I don't know what happened, but I've already done the videos for the others, and I've done yours too. I just can't find it, so I'm doing it over again. So on July the 10th, the full moon in Capricorn is happening in your first house. During these few days, your emotions may be heightened, and you may desire to be seen and understood. And there is the potential for emotional reactivity or self-centeredness. You may reflect on your core identity and how you present yourself to the world. During this time, you may need to commit to your goals and shed emotional baggage that may be holding you back, okay? You may need to find balance between your personal needs and the responsibility you feel towards others or your goals. Be aware of your actions and ensure you are not becoming overly demanding or conceited. All right, July the 13th, we have Saturn retrograde in Aries, and this is happening in your fourth house of home, okay? You may feel a strong sense of responsibility towards your home and family, and this may lead to increased burdens or a feeling of being tied down. You may create emotional distance or detachment with your family, or you may experience periods of emotional unavailability. You find yourself focused on the need to restructure or reorganize your home life. You may want to address practical issues related to your living space and family dynamics. You may also find yourself rethinking about your sense of security and stability. Be prepared for potential delays in achieving goals, and you will have to make an extra effort to overcome obstacles and That's all that should be. Okay? So on the 17th, we have Mercury turning retrograde, and this is in the sign of Leo. And this is happening in your 8th house. And the 8th house is the house of death. It's also the house of transformation, debts, inheritances, shared resources, other people's money, taxes, and psychological issues, intuition as well. Okay, so you may find yourself delving into your subconscious, exploring hidden fears, and confronting unresolved emotional wounds. There could be delays or complications with financial matters requiring careful attention and review of agreements or transactions. You may experience communication challenges and misunderstandings, delays in correspondence, and difficulty expressing yourself. That is Mercury retrograde, and we should be used to that because we have these retrogrades about 3 or 4 times out of the year. Okay? Now on the 22nd, the sun in Leo enters your 8th house. Okay, and we just talked about the 8th house. You may experience a strong pull to make significant changes in your life. You may scrutinize your psychological makeup and work on improving yourself from within. That's really good, Capricorn rising. You may meet people who bring about a significant shift in your life. You may be motivated to manage or understand joint finances, shared resources, inheritances, and investments in a more empowered fashion. You may have an interest in the occult and hidden knowledge for a deeper meaning to life's experiences. You may have the courage to explore the deeper parts of your psyche as well. For some, fame and recognition may be possible because of that Leo energy. Okay, we also have the new moon in the 8th house, and this is in Leo. The new moon represents new cycles and intentions. This is a time to set goals related to personal growth, creative projects, and expressing your unique self. The new moon, your emotional sensitivity is turned up, okay? And you may feel overwhelmed. This transformative energy wants you to confront your fears and vulnerabilities related to intimacy and shared resources. Okay. Outside of that, also in investments and inheritances may need some attention. Communication is essential for working through challenges and deepening connections. So that's, that's a transformative energy in the 8th house. So be careful of your overconfidence and manage your expectations in relationships and shared ventures. Okay, the last thing I'm going to talk about is the new moon in Leo opposing Pluto in Aquarius. And this is happening with in your 8th house and your 2nd house. So we just left the 8th house, and you know what that is. And your 2nd house is the house of finances, okay, and self-worth, possessions, and values, and money, of course, Okay? You may have a heightened sense of anxiety about your financial security or become overly focused on material possessions. You may be self-conflicted or conflict within your relationships around power and control dynamics. You may experience mood swings, obsessive thoughts, and intense emotional reactions due to unresolved issues that may surface. You may reevaluate what you truly value and shift your priorities regarding your finances and personal worth. Okay, that's great, Capricorn rising. And I really hope that this helps and love you. And until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Aquarius risings out there. Welcome to my channel, not a magnificent. This is Astro. Okay, and I'm your friendly astrologer. And this is your forecast for July 2025. Okay, so before we get into your forecast, I just want to share with you some events that are upcoming for the month. We have several retrogrades happening. We have ingresses. And of course, we have the full moon and the new moon. So Pluto has been retrograding since May. And Neptune starts its retrograde July the 4th in the sign of Aries. Okay, and the full moon in Capricorn happens July the 10th. Saturn will be retrograding July the 13th, and Mercury will be retrograding starting July the 17th. There's Venus and Gemini moves. Venus and no, it's Venus and something else, some other planet moves into Uranus. Venus and Uranus moves into Gemini July 4th. Okay? So there we have it. Let's move on. So Venus moves to Gemini, and that's going to happen in your 5th house. Venus in Gemini seeks love through intellectual connections and communication in relationships. This placement values mental stimulation, variety, and a playful approach to love and attention. So you may be drawn to someone You may be drawn to someone who is intellectually stimulating and communicative. Dating and social interactions will likely be filled with witty banter and shared interests. Your creativity may be turned up. I'm sure it is, Aquarius rising. There may be opportunities for you to meet new people, enjoy the social atmosphere, and make new connections. Speculative investments or creative endeavors may bring you gains in your finances. Your loving and compassionate nature towards family will be reciprocated with immense love. Now, the 5th house is about your creativity, hobbies, romance, and your children, and risk-taking, okay? So just so you know what this 5th house energy is about. Now, Neptune starts its retrograde in Aries, and this is happening in your 3rd house of communication, short trips, all forms of transportation, your siblings, your local community, your local environment, and your friends, neighbors. Okay, so this retrograding in your third house, you may experience a heightened sense of spirituality, intuition, and vivid imagination. This may be a time for deep introspection and spiritual awakening. Be mindful of clarity and misunderstandings. No, be mindful. Yeah, that was right. Okay, you may feel the desire for deeper connections or a sense of disillusionment with what is already familiar to you. All right, so we have Uranus moving into the sign of Gemini in your fifth house as well. And Uranus is in Gemini encourages a desire for mental exploration and unconventional ideas. This transit may bring excitement, change, and self-discovery in areas related to creativity, self-expression, and romance. It urges you to break free from old patterns and embrace yourself. Embrace yourself, okay? And be adaptable. Now, this is happening on the 4th of July. Venus conjunct Uranus in Gemini in your fifth house as well. You may experience sudden sparks and unexpected connections. This transit can spark new and innovative ideas, artistic expression, and a desire to experiment with different creative mediums. You may feel a strong urge to break free from routine and explore new possibilities in a pleasure in new possibilities and pleasure may arise. Okay. So you may find some pleasure out there exploring these new possibilities. Okay, you may find yourself drawn to relationships that are different from what you're used to. Expect unexpected twists and turns in your creative endeavors. Be careful with making impulsive decisions in matters of the heart. Okay, so on the 6th, we have Venus in Gemini forming a sextile to Saturn. So this is going to affect your fifth house and your third house. Open communication is encouraged about shared goals and expectations and strengthen the foundation of long-term commitments. That's good. Yay. Okay. It's a good time to attract partners who value individuality. You may have amplified artistic talents and self-expression. You may need to be careful with your communication and articulate clearly and concisely because, hey, let's see what, okay, when you just need to do it. Let's see. You may take a course of study to deepen your knowledge base. Now, and I think that's Saturn wanting you to articulate clearly and concisely. So Venus in Gemini forms a sextile to Neptune in that same configuration, the fifth house and the third house. This is a good time for pursuing your hobbies, engaging in playful interactions, and expressing yourself creatively. Yeah, because this is a creative house. And, you know, this can work well with Neptune. Be mindful of illusions or unrealistic expectations in matters of the heart, okay, in your romance sector. You may idealize people or situations. That's typical of Neptune. So maintaining a balanced perspective is key. This is an ideal time to take a risk in love and romance. There may be a layer of mystery with these encounters as well. Well, I'm excited. I'm looking at that. That looks like it could be fun, this fifth house energy. Okay, so on the 7th of July, we have Venus in Gemini trining Pluto in Aquarius. Now, the trines are a gift from up high. They just fall into your lap. It's not anything you have to do, like the sextiles. The sextiles, they come good, but you have to do the work. So it's like you have to take a risk instead of just sitting there and letting this trine just come on in because you didn't have to do anything about it. But anyway, let's get on with it. And again, this is affecting your fifth house and your first house. This transit suggests a time of personal growth and transformation in your creative pursuits. Oh my goodness. Your romantic life and how you engage with pleasure and self-expression. There may be an exploration of new artistic outlets or revisiting old ones with a fresh perspective, because we know that Pluto is retrograde. You may come to overstand your deeper desires and needs in relationships, which is good because that way you overstand, you know, what you really want, then you can express that in some ways. Now, on the 10th, we have the full moon in Capricorn, and this is happening in your 12th house. And your 12th house is about retreat, your subconscious, escapism as well. This is about your intuition, prisons, brothels, institutions. What else am I missing from the 12th house? But it is about toning down, that's for sure. So let's get into it. This transit can bring about feelings of vulnerability, anxiety, or a sense of being disconnected from the external world. Be kind to yourself here, be kind, and prioritize your self-care during this time. This can also be a time of deep healing, spiritual awakening, and creative inspiration. Good job. This time is wonderful for connecting with your intuition, practicing mindfulness, and exploring your subconscious mind. Allow yourself to fully feel your emotions during this time. Okay, so we have on the 13th, we have Saturn retrograde in Aries, and this is happening in your third house. And this is your house of communication, your siblings, your neighbors, friends, transportation, all those things, short-term travel, short trips, okay? And that's like trips nearby. You may experience communication breakdowns, difficulty expressing yourself, clearly or misunderstandings with your siblings or close associates. You may find it difficult to grasp new concepts, and you may experience delays or obstacles in your studies. Patience, this is Saturn, patience and perseverance are required. You may experience disruption to your daily routine or feel a sense of confinement. You are required to develop your self-discipline, responsibility, and structured approach to your daily life. Develop a clear and effective communication strategy. Okay, because you may need it. So on the 17th, we have Mercury turning retrograde in the sign of Leo, and this is happening in your seventh house of relationships, partnerships, legal matters, open enemies, friends, family members as well, contracts, partnerships. Okay, so Mercury is turning retrograde, and Mercury is about the mind, the communication, and Leo is about the shine, being out there, and showmanship. So slow down your thoughts, consider your words carefully, and listen attentively to your partner. Okay, that's for those of you who are in relationships. Know your core reason for your relationship and work together to address the challenges. Take this time to address unspoken issues and strive for a balance of self-expression and empathy. Be patient with yourself as well as with others. Now that's what has to be. So on the 22nd, we have the Sun in Leo in your seventh house. Now, the Sun's visibility can bring recognition, fame, or status through your relationships or public dealings with an S. You may feel a stronger desire to connect with others and share your thoughts and ideas. You are more attractive to others and more open to a long-term relationship. Finding balance in your relationships by avoiding ego clashes that may disrupt things. Okay, so find some balance because you don't need to be clashing. Take care of your health and diet during this time. So on the 24th, we have the new moon in Leo, and this is happening in your seventh house as well. So the new moon represents new cycles and intentions. This is a time to set goals related to personal growth, creative projects, and expressing your unique self. The new moon in Leo could be a fresh start in your relationships. This may be a new romantic connection, a deeper commitment with an existing partner, or improved dynamics with close friends, business partners, or even your open enemies, okay? Embrace your unique qualities and express yourself authentically within your relationships. This is a time to be mindful of your partner's needs and perspectives while asserting your own needs and desires. This transit suggests that you may engage in forming new connections, be open to meeting new people, and engaging in social activities. This is also a good time to explore shared interests and talents with a partner. Okay, now the last thing I'll talk about for the month, Aquarius rising, is the new moon in opposition to Pluto in Aquarius. So this is happening in your 7th house and your 1st house. All right, this transit wants you to examine how your personal transformation is affecting your relationships and vice versa. It's a time to be mindful of your power dynamics in relationships and to strive for balance between your individual needs and the needs of your partnerships. Okay? Now, I'm sure you are handling that very well. You are being mindful, Aquarius rising, because you've been through a lot and you've grown a lot. So just keep up the good work. And thank you so much for being here. And I hope this helps you. And I love you. Until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Pisces collectives out there, Pisces rising. Welcome to my channel, Astro. And this is your monthly forecast for July 2025. Welcome and thank you for being here. Before we get into your forecast, let's just go through some of the events for the month. We have several retrogrades taking place this month. We have Pluto that is already retrograding since May. We have Neptune starting its retrograde or his retrograde in Aries on the 4th of July. We have Saturn retrograding on the 13th, and then we have Mercury retrograding on the 17th. We have Venus and Uranus moving to Gemini on the 4th, and we have a full moon in Capricorn on the 10th and the new moon in Leo on the 24th. Okay, so we're going to start July 4th with Venus. Okay, Venus is moving into the 4th house. Venus in Gemini seeks love through intellectual connections and communication in relationships. This placement values mental stimulation, variety, and a playful approach to their relationships. So in the 4th house, this is about home, this is about family, this is about property, this is about your ancestry and your family of origin. Okay? As well as your current family. Okay? So your focus may be on communication, which can lead to more open communication and expressive interactions with your family. This is a good time to resolve conflicts and strengthen bonds through shared conversations. You may want to use your creativity to redecorate your home, engage in hobbies, or enjoy a more aesthetically pleasing environment. You may want to purchase new furniture, art, or other things that enhance your home environment. So the beauty part, furniture is a Venus energy. So we also have Neptune retrograding on the 4th, and this is in Aries, and this happens in your 2nd house. So you may come to the realization that your current financial situation or how you've been managing money is not aligning with your core values. So, you need to work on that. Pisces rising, you also need to set some boundaries for yourself, especially when it comes to your finances. You have a tendency to be a giver and you may overgive, but you need to set your boundaries because Neptune is in your second house of money, and it could, you know, you could give more than you can chew, if that's how that works. Give more, cut off more than you can chew, something like that. But anyway, Pisces rising, you know who you are because Neptune rules your sign. So we know you have a lot of compassion for people, but you have to start giving to yourself as well. So on the 4th, we also have Uranus moving into the 4th house of home, family. Okay, so Uranus encourages a desire for mental exploration and unconventional ideas because it's in the sign of Gemini. And in your 4th house, this transit suggests that moves or changes in your living situation can occur. You may have a desire for more freedom, and that's the Uranus take on that, and independence at home. There may be a shift in family dynamics or relationships. You may want to change your home environment to a more authentic and unconventional environment. You may pursue new ways of finding emotional security and belonging. You may have an experience of unsettled belonging. I don't know what I was trying to say there, but something is unsettled there. Okay, let's see if I can figure that out in the next. We have Venus conjuncting Uranus as well, and this is in your 4th house. So there's a lot of activity in your home space, Pisces rising. There may be significant changes with this transit where old patterns and values may be challenged and new exciting possibilities emerge. It's a time to embrace new ideas, connect with your higher purpose, and allow for unexpected opportunities to arise. Well, okay then. On the 6th, we have Venus and Gemini forming a sextile with Saturn, and this is happening, Saturn is in Aries, and this is in your 4th house of home and your 2nd house of money. So during this transit, you may be inspired to redecorate because Venus is here, or renovate your home, incorporating elements that reflect your social interests and intellectual pursuits. Okay? You may make more conscious and disciplined financial decisions around long-term investments or building savings. That's the Saturn aspect here. You may have to find balance between enjoying your social life and managing your finances responsibly. You may have opportunities to face any emotional insecurities related to your home or family life. Venus in Gemini forms a sextile to Neptune in Aries in your 4th house and your 2nd house. During this time, you may feel like creating a more beautiful and harmonious home environment and engage in intellectually stimulating interactions. There is the tendency to idealize your personal values and relationships. However, be mindful of the potential for illusions because of Neptune being here or unrealistic expectations. Take some time out for introspection, go within, and do some self-reflection regarding your values and your spiritual beliefs. Okay? So that's Neptune and Aries. Venus in Gemini trines Pluto in Aquarius in your 4th house and your 12th house. Now, whatever happens in these houses is a gift, okay? There's nothing you have to do because a trine is a gift. It's something that is just lands on you and you just absorb it, okay? So during this time, you may experience a positive and harmonious point of view on your home and family life, while simultaneously engaging in a deep and potentially transformative exploration of your subconscious emotional view. This could involve releasing old emotional patterns, understanding karmic influences, and finding greater peace and contentment within yourself and your home. I don't know if I expressed that the 12th house is the house of retreat, your subconscious, and hidden things. Now, let's see. Was that? Yeah. Okay, so yes, that's what the 12th house is all about. The 12th house is also about karma, and dreams. So on the 10th, we have the full moon in Capricorn. Let's see. Yes. All right. So on the 10th, we have the full moon in Capricorn, and this is happening in your 11th house. You may be releasing or resolving issues related to your social life, friends, or group memberships. This is a time to align your career path and how it aligns with your broader aspirations. Okay, you may feel emotionally fulfilled through your social connections or reevaluate what truly makes you happy and secure, what truly makes you feel secure, because this is the moon's energy. So on the 13th, we have Saturn turning retrograde in Aries in your 2nd house. So this transit may involve financial setbacks. So just, you know, Pisces rising, you've experienced this before. You may be questioning what truly matters in your terms of material possessions and financial security. You may need to have a more structured and responsibly approach to your finances. You do. You need to set some boundaries for that. Let go of your financial insecurities to your self-worth, because it seems like it's tied to that, and your financial stability. Okay, so just release that energy because we're just having that full moon on the 10th. So that is something that you can release so that you can bring in some new opportunities in that 2nd house, okay? So Mercury turns retrograde in Leo, and this is happening in your 6th house. You can expect miscommunication because that's what Mercury does every 3 to 4 times a year. Delays and argumentative discussions. You may need to adopt healthier habits and prioritize your well-being. Put that on the top of your list. Okay? Sun enters Leo in your 6th house. Your 6th house is about your daily routines, your workplace, your health, your being of service, and your coworkers or subordinates. So focus on daily tasks and responsibilities. You may be inclined to help others and contribute to their well-being through professional or personal relationships. Okay? So on the 24th, we have the new moon in your sixth house as well, in the sign of Leo. So the new moon represents new cycles and intentions. So set your intentions. This is a time to set goals related to personal growth, creative projects, and expressing your unique self. In this case, it's happening in your sixth house. So the sixth house rules your health, your daily routine, your work, your co-workers, your being of service, and whatever you want to see happen around that, that's what you should set your intentions towards, because that energy is already there, okay? So new habits are encouraged. New health goals may be in your future, such as a different sleep routine or a diet. So those are hints. Now on the 25th, this is the last thing I'm going to speak to on tonight. So on the 25th, we have a new moon in Leo opposing Pluto in Aquarius. And this is happening between the 6th and the 12th house, your work house and your subconscious mind house and your karmic house. Okay? You may experience power struggles in your relationships because of Pluto, in the workplace because it's the sixth house, or with those you serve, and that is being of service in your sixth house. You may need to explore your subconscious fears. That could be the new moon and Pluto as well. Traumas and the hidden aspects of yourself, 12th house energy, and bring them to the surface so that you can work through this energy. And with this new moon, you can set your intentions for that. Okay, Pisces rising, I hope this helps you, and I love you. Take care, and until next time, bye for now.